Good morning and welcome everyone to the second batch of our division orientation on the school-based feeding program, milk feeding program component. I am Jasmine Betenol and it is with great honor to be your host for today's online orientation. Our program flow will begin with an opening prayer to be followed by an AVP presentation of our Pambansang Awit and an inspirational message from our beloved SDS, Dr. Reynaldo M. Giliano, CESO 5.
Davao City. Life is here.
Tumamaliking kalibutan ngupugali mo lawen bibukid bedagat may grasyang poglos salamat sa mulat ng aking mga mata. Agad akong nanalangin para makausap ka. Pupunta ng simbahan kasama ang pamilya, walang ibang iniisip kundi ikaw lamang. Panginoon, salamat sa lahat, ang awit kong ito'y alay sa iyo. Panginoon, sandigan ko, minamahal at sinasamba kita. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Rahmanirrahim. Malik Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alaihim. Ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladhdallin. Amin.
Ama namin sumasalangit ka, sinasamba namin ang ngalan mo. Ikaw ang dahilan kung bakit kami ay lumalaban. Hinahangad namin ang kapayapaan ng lahat, ang pagkakaisa ng bawat tao, tulong-tulong sa bawat laban. Gabayan niyo ang aming kinikilos. Kami patawarin mo sa mga salang ginawa ng sangkatauhan. Hinihingi ang iyong pagmamahal at karunungan, O Diyos Jesucristo na makapangyarihan, sa ngalan ng Ama, Anak, at Espiritu Santo. Amen.
Lumalaban sa problema na aming nadadatnan, ngunit Panginoon, nandyan ka sa aming tabi, umarawan ng gabi. Panginoon, salamat sa lahat, ang awit kong ito'y alay sa iyo. Panginoon, sandigan ko, minamahal at sinasamba kita. Panginoon, salamat sa lahat, ang awit kong ito'y alay sa iyo. Panginoon, sandigan ko, minamahal at sinasamba kita.
Good day, everyone. School-based feeding program is one of the major programs of Okista DepEd, or the Upland Kalustugan sa Department of Education. As education must continue, school-based feeding program must also continue. It is a great help to the learners, especially those learners with families belonging to the low-income group, and those learners are identified to be underweight and stunted. This may give a big impact these times of public health emergency, especially to the learners with parents who stop working because of this pandemic. This is very challenging to all of us, to the Department of Education, especially that aside from the usual feeding program that we have, milk feeding is also included. We all know that along with its implementation, we would be able to encounter so many challenges. The delivery of the food and the milk, food safety, the thing to eat that the milk and the food will be given to the learners, monitoring, and at the same time, the manpower requirement. But with our doctors and nurses in the division office, and with the support of our teachers, parents, and all other stakeholders, the barangay captain, counselors, I know that we would be able to implement the program with success. All this, the Department of Education are doing because of our love for you, learners. Be part of the success of this program. All we need from you is your support. Parents, please support the Department of Education on this undertaking, because at the end of the day, this program will benefit all our learners who need the food and the milk for them to become healthy. Once again, good day to all of us.
Thank you, SDS Giliana, and we are back. To give her welcome message, let us all welcome our Chief SJOD, Dr. Teresita F. Del Valle. Good morning, Ma'am Tess. Ma'am Tess, naka-mute po kayo, Ma'am Tess.
Jasmine, and to all the PSDSS who are in attendance, to the school heads, to our feeding coordinators, representatives from the back of the Bids and Awards Committee, or to our guests from the National Dairy Authority and its island offices, to all teachers who are in attendance, maayong buntag sa tanan. Good morning. How are you this day? You know, whenever I have an opportunity to meet other people and other teachers, I would always say, kumusta kayo? How are you? Especially during this time of pandemic. To all teachers, it is very important that we have to stay healthy and strong. We are emotionally and mentally stress-free, especially in this time of pandemic. Now, we have to remember that this project, the feeding program, is not easy to implement during this time, but we can do it. As the SDS said, that we can do it, we can implement the project. Now, this morning, as the title says, this is the virtual orientation on the school-based feeding program. The objective is to orient you on the final guidelines on how to conduct the school-based feeding program, the milk feeding component. Now, this is an additional task for us because before that we have only the school-based feeding program without the milk. But this time, we are going to implement the milk feeding. So uh, for the focal persons, please do not hesitate to ask questions. Not only the focal persons, but also to the school heads. Do not hesitate to ask questions to clarify issues regarding this matter. Now, yeah, and as I said, this is not easy to implement. This is quite difficult. But if we are one in this activity, then this will be successfully implemented. Yesterday, and after this message, I'll be transferring to another virtual meeting because there is an ongoing meeting with local government units, with all barangay captains of the Davao City. The meeting is about orientation or asking their support for the distribution of modules. But I had a chance to talk with them, and I said they are not going to support only the distribution of modules, but I asked them to support also the milk feeding, and they were very positive. So I'm going the other set of attendees to the LGU. I'm going to inform them also that it's not only the distribution of modules, but also the implementation of the feeding. We need their support. We need help of the LGUs. So, as I said, this is not the usual feeding. So, be ready. You have to ask questions. Kaya natin ito. Laban natin ito. This is the true service. This is the service of a true Filipino. We have to enjoy working. Kasi kaya natin ito. This is our mandate. This is our mantra. And we are serving the children for our future. So to all participants out there, stay tuned. Be ready to ask questions. Good morning. Enjoy the activity. Happy Teachers Day to one. And I salute the teachers for implementing this program. Once again, maayong buntag sa tanan and Happy Teachers Day. Jasmine? Okay.
Thank you, Ma'am Tess. Happy Teacher's Day too. Laban natin to. So, in the service
I'm
of
the
the
service of the
Filipino.
Filipino. Okay.
Oh, yes, ma'am. So, let's proceed. Once again, welcome back to all. With us today are the PSDS, school principals, SBFP coordinator, school property custodian, school inspection team, the school back, school health section, the division TWG, and we are glad to see online watching the participants from Davao Central District, Santa Ana District, San Roque District, Bangoy District, Buhangin District. We have also from Bunawan District, and we have from Tibungco District, acknowledging the presence of our participants from Cluster 3 and Cluster 4. So, let's proceed with the next part of this orientation. We have on your screen, we are going to flash the orientation of the mechanics. So let me read to you the objectives. The orientation is to capacitate the participants on the operational guidelines with emphasis on the school level preparation and financial operations. To orient participants on the different SBFP forms that needs to be complied. To ensure that the minimum health standards in the distribution process of the milk packs or the bottles are met, and to effectively discuss and address issues and concerns about the program. So our activity flow for today, we already have done the first part. We are live on Facebook and YouTube channel. We are done with the opening program. We have the message from our SDS, and we have our health break later, 15-minute health break and or bladder break. So we will discuss on this orientation the additional provision and amendments to DepEd Order number 36 series of 2019. We also have our speaker from the division accounting section, our accountant, Sir Armand Dalisay, to discuss about the accounting matters and the transportation expenses, including the cash advance and the liquidation. And then later on, we have our 1 hour lunch break. And this will be followed by the milk quality and handling to be discussed by Ma'am Rylin Sanchez of the National Dairy Authority. We also be discussing the safety protocols, the reminders to implementing schools, and the SBFP reporting forms by our nurse in charge, Ms. Jill Michelle Ano, and our secondary nurse coordinator, Ms. Roxanne Pardillo Jugarap. And you may also start writing your questions, your clarifications, and your suggestions on the comment box on your screen. So we will have later on our opening forum for 45 minutes. And our speakers will be there also, our accountant, Sir Dalisay and Ma'am Rylin, for your questions and clarifications. And the program will be ended by our Medical Officer 3, Dr. Richelle Aresco, for the closing program. So we have our DepEd division level today, our SDO, ASDS. We have also our Chief SGOD, Ma'am Tess, our SDO Finance Officer, our Accountant, SDO Budget Officer. We have also with us today our Medical Officer, Dr. Aresco, our Dentist 2, our SBFP SDO Focal Persons, our nurses, our division nurses are also with us. We have also in our orientation today our NDA representatives, our NDA Central Office, Island Offices, the DepEd District and Cluster level, our public schools district supervisors are with us today, our dentist 2 from the districts, our district and cluster nurses, our dental aides, and on the DepEd school level, we have our school head, one school back representative, our school-based feeding coordinator, and school property custodian. So the participants may use the comment or the section to raise questions. Please avoid commenting watching from or good morning, etc. Attendance link will be flashed on the screen at the end of the session. So link will be open till 5 p.m. only on the same day. All representations will be uploaded via Google Drive. Link will be posted after the orientation. So do not forget to answer the evaluation link after the session. No evaluation, no certificate. Link will be open till 5 p.m. only on the same day. So let's proceed to the orientation proper. Our next speaker is our Nurse 2, Division Nurse 2, and our nurse in charge. And she will be discussing about the orientation on the DepEd Order number 36 series of 2019. This is the guidelines on the implementation of the school-based feeding program, the milk feeding program component. Please help me welcome our nurse in charge, Jill Michelle Coronel Ano. Miss Jill?
Hello, Ma'am Jazz. Good morning. So I'm here to discuss, as said po by Ma'am Jasmine, the DepEd Order number 36 series of 2019, or the guidelines on the implementation of the school-based feeding program, milk feeding program component. So first of all, we will start po with our rationale. As per RA 11037, or the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act, which provides the inclusion of fresh milk or fresh milk-based products in the SBFP as additional component to hot meals. DepEd and DSWD shall coordinate with the National Dairy Authority and the Philippine Carabao Center for the incorporation of fresh milk or fresh milk-based products in the feeding program. For DepEd po, our partner agency would be the National Dairy Authority. Sa DSWD naman po, ang recipients nila would be the learners that are enrolled in the daycare center. For DepEd, this will be the kinder to the grade 6 po na beneficiaries natin last year. Objectives of this program is to contribute to the beneficiaries' improvement in terms of classroom attendance, nutritional status, and school performance. Pasteurized fresh milk or sterilized milk will be given in addition to hot meals. So for ngayon po, since batch 2 tayo, ang ibibigay po na gatas sa atin is the pasteurized or the fresh milk. Beneficiary scope and duration. The SBFP milk shall benefit the undernourished children from kinder to grade 6 who are covered under the SBFP and may include all severely stunted, pupils at risk for dropping out, and IP learners and learners from hard-to-reach areas or the last-mile schools. Later po, i-discuss po ito further ni Ma'am Roxanne, yung ating mga beneficiaries. The milk should be provided to the beneficiaries for a period of at least 20 days. So 20 days lang po natin ibibigay ang ating milk packs. For the definition of terms, we will first define what is fresh milk. Fresh milk refers to the normal mammary secretion of one or more healthy dairy animals like cows, buffaloes, carabaos, or goats of local dairy farmers or farms that is free from colostrum, without adding or extracting anything to or from it, has undergone heat processing and intended for consumption as liquid milk or for further processing. For purpose of this program, fresh milk is the same as pasteurized milk. So pag sabihin nun natin fresh milk or pasteurized milk, same lang po yung dalawa. That has undergone heat treatment to destroy pathogenic organisms. The fresh milk to be supplied by NDAPCC-assisted dairy cooperatives are packed in food-grade polyethylene pouches. For the sterilized milk naman, for purpose of the program, sterilized milk is fresh milk that is heated to a temperature to destroy all viable organisms. It can be stored in a cool and dry room and the shelf life is 6 to 12 months. The sterilized milk to be supplied by the NDA are packed using DOI packaging pouches. Mamaya po yung representative from the NDA mas further discuss po niya yung fresh and the sterilized milk, yung difference nila. As for the commercial milk, it is fresh milk sold in the market. The next, we define the last mile school. Of course, the last mile school refers to a school that is located in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas or yung tinatawag nilang GDA. Thus, it has less than 4 classrooms with makeshift or non-standard rooms, without electricity, without construction project in the last 4 years, with travel distance more than 1 hour from the town center, with difficulty and terrain, having multi-grade classes or classrooms, with less than 5 teachers, with students population of less than 100 learners, and with more than 75% IPs. For the policy statement, the DepEd recognizes the direct relationship between nutrition and school performance of the learners. The capacity of school children to learn depends to a great extent to their nutritional status and their attendance in school. Usually po, pag nag-monitor kami, ang tinatanong namin, kamusta po ba yung feeding natin, ma'am? Meron po ba talagang difference na nangyayari? Usual sinasagot, yes ma'am, kasi po pumapasok na po talaga yung mga bata. So the milk feeding program complements the regular SBFP and will further support the government's efforts to address problems of undernutrition among children. The preference to obtain supply of fresh milk or sterilized milk from local dairy farmers and or cooperatives is pursuant to the policy to help not only in the growth of local dairy industry but also to engage with and benefit the local communities. So hindi lang po para sa mga bata, para din po ito sa ating mga local dairy farmers, as well as it will help in maintaining the milk drinking habits ng ating mga learners. For the governance framework and mechanism of implementation, for the school health section po, ang aming counterpart in the central office is the BLSS School Health Division. So sila po yung gumawa ng guidelines ng ating milk feeding program, and they are the ones who made the initial partnership with the main NDA and PCC. For the schools division office naman po, kami po yung nagko-coordinate with our NDA office dito sa Davao City in the Region 11. And kami na rin po ang gagawa ng market scoping, negotiations, putting call of purchase orders, quality assurance, supervision, M&E, payment, and accounting. So hindi na ho nyo gagawin yan sa schools. Kami na ho ang gagawa niyan dito sa division office with regards sa purchase ng milk. For the NDA and PCC, through a MOA with DepEd, they shall be responsible in providing fresh milk and sterilized milk required by the DepEd through the NDA-assisted local dairy farmers and dairy cooperatives. The services of the NDA-assisted or the PCC-assisted dairy farms or cooperatives may include services for production, processing, packaging, and logistics. Si NDA po, sila po ang magiging link natin sa ating mga local dairy farmers and supply of our milk na ibibigay sa ating beneficiaries. So, ang dairy farmers po natin, they shall supply and deliver of the required fresh milk and sterilized milk. Their services may include the production, quality assistance, processing, packaging, and delivery of the fresh milk and sterilized milk sa ating mga schools. In some coordination between DepEd and NDA-PCC. So, ano po yung gagawin natin per agency? Sa central office, sila na po ang nakikoordinate sa NDA main for the signing of the framework MOA or tinatawag naming Mother MOA. Sila din po ang gumawa ng technical assistance and other services in ensuring the production, processing, packaging, delivery, and storage, safety, and hygiene of the milk. Dito naman po sa atin, sa SDOs, kami na po ang nakipag-coordinate sa NDA field offices for the signing of the operating MOA and as well as the purchase order. And of course, the transfer of the funds and submission of the liquidation report. Hindi na po si school ang magli-liquidate ng milk natin for the pag-purchase ng milk. Ang school, ang gagawin na lang niya, ang i-focus niya is for the supply and delivery of milk. So si NDA ang magbibigay ng supply and magde-deliver kay school. Si school naman, in return, will distribute to the beneficiaries. Mapping of milk supply and schools. For the fresh milk supply from dairy co-op, SDOs and dairy co-op select the schools which can be supplied with fresh milk. For us po, the batch 1 and batch 2 will be supplied by fresh milk ang ibibigay sa kanila by the NDA. So sterilized milk from NDA and PCC, this will be given to areas or schools not selected for fresh milk will be further subjected to mapping for sterilized milk supply. Usually po, ang sterilized milk, ibibigay po ito sa mga far-flung areas. Pero for now, under discussion pa po at kung kaya pa ba ng NDA na mag-supply ng sterilized milk for our schools na nasa far-flung areas. And then for the commercial milk naman, schools which cannot be supplied with fresh or sterilized milk will be supplied with the commercial milk. Pero po, this is still under negotiations po sa central office since nga it will be the purchase of commercial milk. Titingnan nila kung hindi ho sila matatamaan ng ating tinatawag na Milk Code of the Philippines. Collaboration with the NDA and PCC. DepEd BLSS School Health Division seeks assistance and coordination with NDA and PCC. So sila na po yung nakikoordinate sa PCC. Sila na po naghanap, nag-identify, gain access to and dealing with their local dairy farmers and cooperatives, sourcing and procurement of fresh milk and sterilized milk, provision of technical assistance, packaging, delivery, storage, safety, and hygiene of the products. So sila yung nag-assure na ang bibigay po na fresh milk products sa atin is of course high quality naman po. The cooperation and coordination between DepEd, NDA, and PCC shall be embodied and defined in a MOA. The MOA likewise stipulated the details of coordination and transaction between STOs and the NDAs and PCC field offices. So as said po kanina, meron tayong framework MOA between DepEd Central Office and the NDA. And then dito naman po sa Division Office, we have a operational MOA between schools, the SDO and the field office po ng NDA. Database will be prepared by the DepEd BLSS School Health Division with the assistance of the NDA to create the supply map. So, ginawa na ho namin to last March. We have already met with the MDA representatives per division para po mag-check if ever may supply tayo. For Davao City po, ang ating supplier would be the Kim's Milk and the Gonzaga Farms. They are the ones who nag-link po ang NDA sa kanila. I-focus lang po natin for the schools. DepEd should ensure the readiness of the schools to receive, handle, and store the fresh milk. So dapat po mga schools natin, meron na ho tayong designated areas for the storage of our milk products. Yun na po ito. The NDA and PCC na po ito. Ito pong PO, the purchase order shall be initiated by the SDO. So kami na ho gagawa ng PO, hindi na ho gagawa ang school. Pursuant to the framework MOA and the operating MOA, hindi na ho po problemahin ng school ang PO. Kami na po ang maggagawa ng PO since the PO shall be in accordance with the allocation and distribution list and the multiple batch of implementation previously agreed upon by the parties. So meron ho for Davao City, we have 3 batches. So first and second batch po, may bibigyan ho kayo ng fresh milk. PO, again, division office na po, hindi na po kailangan gawin ng schools. The DepEd downloaded the amount of 991,868,222,223 SDOs in October 2019. Ang ginagamit po natin ng funds ngayon ng milk na i-deliver sa inyo is 2019 funds pa po. So it's good for 20 days. Kami na po dito sa division ang gagawa ng mga back resolution, back-related documents, allocation list, purchase orders, and other pertinent documents as may be necessary in the implementation of the projects. Again, wala na hong gagawin ng school with regards to the purchase of milk. Division office na po lahat ang gagawa nito. The SDO shall in accordance with the provision in the framework MOA and the operating MOA undertake to transfer in favor of the pertinent NDA Island Office 100% fund transfer subject to progress liquidation report. So since kami hong gumawa lahat ng paperwork for the purchase of milk, kami na din po dito sa Division Office ang mag-aayos na ating liquidation report. The amount in excess of the funds actually transferred to the pertinent NDA Island Office on account of there being areas beneficiaries which will not be covered by the local dairy farm and or cooperatives, either were fresh or sterilized milk, may be subject of a negative sub-arrow. And if and when procurement of commercially produced off-the-shelf products by the regional office or the central office is practicable and most efficient. Otherwise, the SDO may, whenever practicable, undertake the procurement of commercially produced off-the-shelf products upon issuance of directives to the effect of the central office. So, kung hindi ho namin masusuplayan, babalik lang ho namin, mag-issue lang po ng negative sub-arrow ang division. Kasi po, under negotiations din po, pa rin ang sterilized milk for the third batch. The NDA Island offices shall submit a monthly liquidation report to the SDO supported with the documents. So mamaya po itatakal natin yung delivery receipt, certificate of inspection, acceptance, and billing. Kasi ho, ang role na lang po ng school ito is pipirma na lang po kayo sa IAR report as well as the delivery receipt. And final liquidation report will be 60 days after the implementation. So hindi na ho to dadaan ng school, NDA to division office na ito diretso. Hindi na po ma-involve ang school with regards sa purchase ng milk. A negative sub-arrow may be issued by the central office if and when procurement of commercially produced off-the-shelf products upon issuance of directives to this effect by the central office is practicable and most efficient. So sa amin na po ito sa division. The milk feeding funds may be used by SDAs to cover costs of meals, venue, and needed supplies and materials during the conduct of orientation of the milk feeding. Ang aming first ho talaga na plan is may orientation tayo face-to-face, pero since meron ho talaga tayong public health emergency, online na lang ho ang ating orientation ngayon. So ngayon po, in-orient natin ang focal persons natin per school, the health personnel, the teachers, the volunteers, and other relevant school division personnel. Ngayon po, ito ang ginagawa natin ngayon. Specifications, quality standards, and delivery of fresh milk-based products. The milk and the milk-based product shall be in accordance with the specifications and quality standards based on the DepEd Order Number 13, Series of 2017, or yung healthy food and beverage choices natin sa schools and DepEd offices. Before po nag-okay itong milk feeding, chinek na ho talaga ng central office na naswak ho siya sa ating DepEd Order Number 13, tiningnan na ho nila ang nutritional facts nito. The fresh milk to be supplied by the NDA PCC-assisted dairy cooperatives are packed in food-grade polyethylene pouches. So as discussed kanina po, they will be in polyethylene pouches po for the fresh milk. But for the sterilized milk, it will be supplied by the NDA using DOI packaging pouches. The mode, schedule, and other specifications of delivery shall be determined by the SDO and the supplier in consideration to the local conditions to be specified in the contract. For the fresh milk po, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or at least twice a week at the school during school days. So late sa ating mga schools. The school inspection team to be designated by the school head shall do the inspection upon delivery and sign the needed documents as well as yung school property custodian and school personnel. Meron ho tayong kinatawag na school inspection team as well as the authorized consignees. Later po, iisa-isahin po natin sila. Random inspection shall be done by the school inspection team and they shall ensure the quality and quantity of milk upon delivery. All milk packs should be clean without leaks and not spoiled. So later, since nandyan po si Ma'am Rylene from the NDA, i-orient din ho niya kayo kung ano ba itsura nung ibibigay na milk packs per school as well as the storage natin. 2 weeks before distribution of milk, beneficiaries will be encouraged to drink milk at home. Parents' consent shall be secured before milk feeding. Scanning of children with and without milk intolerance will be done. Those with milk intolerance shall be given half ration only until they are used to drinking milk. Kaya po kami nagpa-submit na po ng ating list of beneficiaries para po makita na natin kung sino ba yung mga batang meron o walang milk intolerance. Milk drinking activity will be closely supervised by the school officer designated by the school head to ensure that proper handling and cleanliness is being observed at all times. So for now, hindi na ho natin makikita talaga yung bata na umiinom sa school. Rather, ibibigay lang ho natin sa parents and we'll give them proper instructions na lang po on how to store as well as kung in drinking the milk. For any adverse effects following the drinking of the milk, such as gastroenteritis, stomach discomfort, lactose intolerance, you can refer po to the clinic teacher, school nurse, or local health unit. You can discontinue administering milk until such time it is recommended by the health personnel. So baka po merong lactose intolerance. Kaya before the start of the milk feeding, chinecheck ko natin yung mga batang known or identified na lactose intolerant. Pero still, they want to receive the milk packs. Storage and control system. The SDO shall ensure effective, efficient, and systemic handling, storage, and distribution of the fresh milk. Safekeeping of milk stock shall be responsibility of the school head and the school personnel. The fresh milk pack shall be stored in a cool, dry place. By next week po, or third week of September, dito po sa division office, we'll be going around na po to check kung meron na ho kayong designated areas for your milk packs, kung saan po i-distribute as well as saan po is to store. Because the regional office po, they have already given us a draft memorandum as to when po sila scheduled monitoring dito sa Davao City. For us po, may schedule na po na September 30, iikot ang region and check the schools, especially the drop-off point schools, kung prepared na ba sa pag-distribute ng milk. Other than that, they will also check the WINS program and the health and safety protocols na ano sa school, na implemented sa school. So, meron silang target na at least 5 schools. So, 3 for the elementary and 2 for secondary schools. Wala ho silang binigay na anong school ang pupuntahan. Randomly selected po siya. So, lahat po talaga tayo, we need to prepare. By next week, we will try to go around for the division office para ma-ready naman po pagdating ng regional office on September 30. For the sterilized milk packs, they shall be stored in a secured, clean, pest-free, and well-ventilated area in the school. Boxes of milk shall be piled on pallets. If ever po, sterilized milk ang na-receive nung school, ganito po ang magiging itsura niya. Reporting and recording system. All documentation for the SBFP, Fresh Milk Feeding Program component, shall be included in the regular SBFP reports prescribed by DO number 39 series of 27, as well as we need also to submit the program terminal report. So later we will discuss the forms needed to be submitted, and then we will just give you a link, Google link, para po ma-download lang ninyo. Roles and responsibilities. So, diretso tayo sa SDO. Kami po ang nakik-coordinate na sa NDA field counterparts, local dairy cooperatives, farmers, LGUs, or NGOs. We shall orient the school heads, the feeding coordinators, and the monitoring and evaluation. Submit list of recipient schools to the region. Follow-up ko lang din po yung pag-submission natin ng SBFP Form 6. Meron pa pong hindi nakakasubmit, and request po namin talaga na filled out, especially the grade and section part. Since this will be submitted, emailed to the regional office and the central office. And then yung hard copy naman po, this will be kept here sa division for COA purposes. Since for Davao City, meron hong binabang 17 million for the milk feeding component alone. That's one of the things po na chine-check ng COA kung meron ba talaga or nandyan ba talaga yung mga beneficiaries. So the division supply officer shall coordinate with the school custodian. Since meron po kaming, pag ma-approve na po yung proposal namin, bibigyan ho ng refrigerators and coolers yung ating mga schools. Then, we shall monitor the compliance of the school with the guidelines, health and nutrition assessment, and other complementary activities, oversee the implementation of the program at the school level. For the schools naman, they shall submit to the SDO the list of target beneficiaries. Yan po yung Form 6 natin. The school head shall oversee the daily implementation of hot meals and milk feeding. They shall also designate members of the school inspection team as well as the authorized consignees. They shall provide a clean, safe, well-ventilated room for storage. Also, they shall submit on time necessary reports, documentation to the school's division office, submit the program terminal report and budget allocation to the STOs with accuracy and validity. Otherwise, school head shall be liable for any discrepancies. The school head shall not refuse the milk supply for the beneficiaries in the school unless proof is shown that external stakeholders undertake the provision of fresh milk and sterilized milk for the intended beneficiaries. If ever po meron tayong private stakeholders, let's just make sure na if may bibigay sila ng milk, it will be under the, it will not go against the Milk Code of the Philippines. Kasi meron tayong tinatawag na Milk Code of the Philippines, kaya matagal pa ma-approve yung mga commercial milks. Kasi para hindi ho kami mag-go against sa Milk Code of the Philippines. For the timeline po, hindi na ho ito masyado na follow because of the public health emergency. Kasi ang first target po namin, dapat by June, nabigay na ho natin ang milk. So for now, ang target date po natin na start for the second batch should be discussed by Ma'am Roxanne later. And that's all. Thank you so much. For any questions or queries po, pwede ho nilagay lang sa ating chat box in your Facebook or your YouTube page. Ma'am Jazz?
Thank you so much, Miss Jill. Thank you for discussing the guidelines of this program. Our next speaker is to discuss about the additional provisions and amendments to DepEd Order Number 36 Series of 2019, the draft guidelines, and this will be discussed by our Nurse 2 Secondary Nurse Coordinator, and she is none other than Miss Roxanne Pardillo Jugarap. Nurse Rox.
Yes, hello Ma'am Jazz. Good morning. Nag-load. Nag-lag ko. Wait lang. Nag-loading ko. Yes, hello, good morning. Once again, good morning. Can you see now my screen? Okay. Now, I will be discussing to you the additional provisions and amendments to DepEd Order Number 36, Series of 2019, or the guidelines on the implementation of school-based feeding program, milk feeding program component. As of now po, we are waiting na lang for the publication of this supplemental guidelines since last weekend, na-approve na po ni Secretary Briones yung ating supplemental guidelines. However, ang hinihintay natin is the publication na lang po. So we will start with the rationale. The school-based feeding program is committed for continued implementation at this time of pandemic where health and nourishment of learners are of paramount importance. And based po on Republic Act 11469, or also known as the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, which was enacted last March during the time of this public health emergency, our school-based feeding program is still included for this school year since yun nga po, included siya sa ating Bayanihan to Heal as One Act kahit hindi po visible ang ating mga learners sa schools. Next, ensure their growth and development at the same time boost their immune system. Kaya po natin sila binibigyan ng nutrition is that para po maging matatag ang kanilang immune system. It is also emphasized that program implementation so strictly complied with the required health standards in schools and offices. Recently po, nag-release po ang DepEd ng DepEd Order Number 14, Series of 2020, entitled The Guidelines on the DepEd Required Health Standards in Schools and Workplaces,
Good morning and we are back. Once again, no? Okay lang ba kayo dyan? Kami medyo hindi naging okay. So credit to our MIS division team, no? And we are back. So I will give once again the screen to our speaker, Miss Roxanne Jugarap. Naputol po siya, praying na hindi na po siya mapuputol now. Miss Roxanne?
Yes, Miss Zaz, thank you. Naingayan siguro ang Facebook sa akin kaya pinutol ang internet connection. Haha. Okay? So I will start again with a discussion on the additional provisions and amendments to DepEd Order number 36 series of 2019. Stop sharing. Okay. Wait. Ano nawala man? Okay, can you see now my screen? Okay. So, additional provisions and amendments to DepEd Order number 36, series of 2019, are the guidelines on the implementation of the school-based feeding program, milk feeding program component. Now, for our rationale, as what I have mentioned earlier, the school-based feeding program is committed for the continued implementation at this time of pandemic, where health and nourishment of learners are of paramount importance. And as based from our Republic Act 11469, or also known as the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, which was enacted last March at this time of public health emergency, this program is still part for this school year, even though hindi po visible ang ating mga learners sa schools. Next, ensure their growth and development at the same time boost their immune system. That is why po binibigyan natin sila ng sapat na nutrisyon para po maging strong ang kanilang immune system. And lastly, it is emphasized that program implementation shall strictly comply with the required health standards in schools and in offices. Recently lang din po, the Department of Education has issued that at Order number 14, series of 2020, entitled the Guidelines on the Required Health Standards in Offices and in Schools. And ito po yung ating magiging basis para po sa minimum required health standards na i-implement natin sa ating schools. And we will be discussing to you later on the safety protocols po na kailangan ma-achieve for the distribution of our milk packs. Now, let us go to the additional provisions. For the target date of implementation, actually, we are having a slight delay na po for our implementation since due to this public health emergency, and our procurement process is still on process pa din po. We are waiting na lang po for the approved na supplemental guidelines to be publicized. For our batch 1, the target date of implementation supposed to be is August to September 2020. However, may slight delay na nga po. Possible po, we are praying na by this October, makaka-implement na po tayo nating milk feeding. And for our batch 1, they will be distributed by a pasteurized fresh milk. Now, for our batch 2, the target date of implementation is from September to October 2020. And again, ang i-distribute po sa inyo is pasteurized fresh milk. For our batch 3, ang ating batch 3 po is yung mga nasa far-flung areas for Marilog, Paquibato, Malabog, and for some schools of the General Rojas District. The target date of implementation is from September to November 2020 to be distributing the sterilized milk packs or yung para siyang tinatawag yung mga chalky. Ganun po ang ibibigay sa kanila. However, their implementation po is still to be determined. Depende na lang po sa coordination natin with the NDA if matutuloy pa rin po ang for batch 3. Pero we are hoping and praying po talaga na sana makaka-implement din po talaga tayo for our batch 3. Now, the number of milk feeding days is 20 feeding days. Number 2, Who are our beneficiaries? Our beneficiaries for this school year is the same learners of the school-based feeding program Hot Meals for school year 2019 to 2020. Since nga po suspended ang ating nutritional assessment, sila na po yung identified beneficiaries for this school year. The beneficiaries are all kindergarten to grade 6 pupils. Grade 6 recipients who were promoted to grade 7 will no longer be included. Since nga po nasa secondary schools na sila, wala na sila sa elementary, hindi na sila makakasali. However, those grade 6 recipients before, ang kanila pong papalitan, ang kanila pong pipiliin is the kindergarten students. If the milk allocation is not sufficient to cover the target beneficiaries, yung undernourished plus all kindergarten pupils, then the feeding days may be adjusted accordingly. However, ang atin pong milk allocation is enough po for the entire population. We will not adjust our feeding days as is po tayo sa 20 feeding days. Number 3, who are the secondary beneficiaries? Secondary beneficiaries, ito po siya ang if the allocation is still in excess or if there are beneficiaries who refused milk ration, pwede po tayong pumili doon sa mga stunted learners, yung mga kulang sa height, yung hindi uminom ng Growy nung pagkabata pa, indigenous peoples, and the pupils at risk of dropping outs or yung tinatawag natin na pardos. Sila po yung magiging secondary beneficiaries natin. Number 4, schools may double feed towards the end of the required number of feeding days, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. For this double feeding po, we will advise you when to double feed para po uniform ang ating timeline. Since nga po may slight delay na tayo, we will advise you on the actual number on the actual date of implementation na lang po para same tayo lahat ng pag-implement. Lastly, parents shall be advised to let their children eat meals or snacks before allowing them to drink milk to avoid stomach ache. Most of the students po, di ba, hindi po sanay na uminom ng gatas. So, it is of utmost importance po talaga na i-advise natin ng ating parents to have their children eat prior to drinking the fresh milk. Number 5, we will proceed to the delivery strategies. We have the central office has identified 3 delivery strategies. First, parents can pick up the milk on designated days and time, preferably every Mondays and Wednesdays. So coordinated na po natin ito with our National Dairy Authority, and we let them deliver po the milk packs every Mondays and Wednesdays. Letter B, school personnel may opt to distribute the milk packs from the school to the homes of the beneficiaries. So, si feeding coordinator po or any authorized personnel ni school principal may distribute the milk packs to the homes of our beneficiaries. And letter C, school personnel may coordinate with partners such as the barangay or the national government organizations to distribute the milk packs from the school to the homes of the beneficiaries. So if intensified po talaga ang ating partnership with our barangay, so pwede po natin sila para po sila yung magde-deliver na house to house sa ating mga beneficiaries. Now for the packaging of milk, the size of our milk is 180 to 200 ml pouch. But I guess, iisa lang po talaga natin that we are allowing a 200 ml pouch for our milk supplies. For our pasteurized fresh milk, it will be packed in a food-grade polyethylene pouches. An example to this is kanang milk gani sa Dairy Best, kanang ginatawag nato na milk bar. Mao na siya ang ginasudlan nato for our pasteurized fresh milk. Now, for our sterilized milk, it is a retortable doy packaging pouches. An example to this is yung pinakita kanina ni Miss Jill na para siyang lalagyan ng mga baby food. Are you familiar with that? Yan po siya ang example for the sterilized milk. Letter B, 1 liter bottle. Kasi meron pong other schools that opted to have a 1 liter bottle of fresh milk para isahan lang po ang ating distribution sa parents. So it will be packed in a food grade plastic bottles. Number 7. Even if milk packs are to be consumed at home, it is important to communicate to the parents that the program recipients should be the ones to drink the milk, and sharing to other members of the family is highly discouraged. We all know po that our family culture is, di ba, is sharing is loving. Kung saan naa sa ato i-share gyud data sa for the entire family. However, wala man tayo problema ana, but we will let the parents talaga know that the milk packs are to be consumed by the beneficiary. Now, for our amendments. Amendments on fund availment and management under Section VC number 11. The price for our 200 ml pouch of milk is 18 pesos. So, included na po talaga dyan yung delivery charge and then the packaging, all of that will be 18 pesos. Don't worry po mga ma'am and sir, as mentioned by, again, Miss Jill kanina, yung procurement po for our milk packs is division-led na po talaga. Additional cost of 1 to 2 pesos may be allowed as additional transportation cost of milk supplies coming from another province or region. However, for the Davao City Division po, our suppliers po is dito lang sa Davao City, the Gonzaga Farms and the Kim's Milk. Number 5, procurement of freezers or refrigerators for the schools and or designated drop-off points shall be done at the division level and shall observe the requirements of RA 9184, and it shall also observe the rules governing semi-expandable properties with unit cost below the capitalization threshold of 15,000 and the issuance of inventory custodian slips or the ICS to the end user to establish accountability. Ongoing procurement po tayo with freezers and refrigerators as well as the coolers for our recipient schools. So hopefully po talaga ma-approve na yung ang ating procurement. Number 3, on specifications, quality standard, and delivery of fresh milk and sterilized milk. Number 1, schools division offices and local dairy suppliers shall identify and agree 1 to 2 drop-off points per school or district or STO for the milk supply deliveries. As you remember po, early June, nagpasabit na po kami sa inyo ng drop-off point schools per district. Naka-identify na po kayo ng 1 to 2, at most 4 drop-off points katong mga areas na medyo layo gyud. So, napa-review na rin po namin yun sa NDA and it was already approved na po by the NDA yung mga drop-off point schools. So number 2, local dairy suppliers shall inform the recipient schools and drop-off point school on the schedule of delivery and the minimum public health standards to prevent spread and mitigate COVID-19 shall be strictly followed. Wearing of masks and gloves for both suppliers and consignees, social distancing, and highest food safety standards must be followed. So, yun nga po, diba, kailangan lang po talaga natin i-coordinate sa drop-off point schools to your under schools kung kailan po talaga natin ipipick up yung meal para po ma-observe pa rin natin yung strict minimum health standards. And kayo na po bahala sa district niyo mag-usap-usap kung anong oras siya pupunta for the pick-up of milk. So number 3, during the delivery of milk, 1 authorized consignee and 2 members of the inspection team should be present to sign the delivery receipt and the inspection and acceptance report. For our authorized consignees, na nakasabit na rin po kayo ng consignees, these are the school head, the school-based feeding program coordinators, and the school property custodian. So isang authorized consignee po talaga dapat ang present, but for this, we are still confirming kung ano po yung magiging process for the signatory of our IAR. We will still coordinate with Sir June Dalisay po kung ano po talaga yung magiging proseso. And Laboratory B, the inspection team, members of the school back and awards committee, 1 member po. Ang pipirma po ng IAR will be the drop-off point school. But again, in close coordination po tayo muna with the accounting office. So number 4, schools division offices may arrange the delivery of milk from drop-off point schools to schools, or the school recipients may pick up their milk supply from the drop-off point. It is the responsibility of the school recipients to ensure that their milk supply are picked up during the exact time of delivery by the supplier, or within an hour at the most, to preserve the quality and the freshness of milk. Immediate distribution to the recipients shall likewise follow. So yun nga po yung na-mention earlier, na kailangan po talaga natin ma-coordinate to the recipient schools kung anong oras po siya magpipick up, so that yung time po ng ating delivery to the beneficiaries is hindi po talaga masuspoil yung milk. So at the most po talaga yung 1 hour. So that would be all for the amendments of the DepEd Order number 36 series of 2020. So once again, good morning.
So thank you very much, Nurse Rox. So I will remind the participants pala of the attendance link that will be posted later after the session, and you may also start writing your questions and clarifications or suggestions on the comment box. So we will proceed with our 15-minute na health or bladder break, and we will be back after 15 minutes po. So standby lang po tayo lahat.
Tara na okay na okay. Open kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay na okay. Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin.
Communal Elementary School aims to strengthen the SBFP for the benefit of our recipients. Last school year 2018-2019, the school conducted an action research which identified the health profile and academic performance of SBFP beneficiaries utilizing self-generated assessment tools. Findings revealed that SBFE recipients are not necessarily poor academic performers. Contrary to the general belief, SBFE recipients of communal elementary school are average performing students. Improvement in academic performance of our beneficiary is generally attributed to the improved attendance rate due to the participation in the daily feeding program. Based from the reports of the previous school year, it has been noted that learners who have already attained normal nutritional status after 120 days of feeding program have not maintained their ideal body mass index. From the data gathered, a theory has been formulated that there is a problem with food intake at home, which results to repeat of feeding beneficiaries and non-maintenance of a normal BMI status. Thus, an action research was done in order to address the said problem with the title Bon Appetit, Intensifying Food Production, a community-based tracking through posting of SBFP stickers. The school, together with the barangay officials, conducted the house-to-house visit of SBFP recipients in order to draw data or census through posting of stickers and using the parents-based checklist for SBFP recipients to check the availability of food source to sustain the nutritional needs of the child at home. In addition, the school is still currently in the implementation phase of the action research. However, initial findings show that there is indeed a gap with a healthy food consumption at home, thus contributing to the repeat of previous beneficiaries.
Atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay. Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay. Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay. Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Tara na okay. Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay. Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin.
Communal Elementary School aims to strengthen the SBFP for the benefit of our recipients. Last school year 2018-2019, the school conducted an action research which identified the health profile and academic performance of SBFP beneficiaries utilizing self-generated assessment tools. Findings revealed that SBFE recipients are not necessarily poor academic performers. Contrary to the general belief, SBFP recipients of Communal Elementary School are average performing students. Improvement in academic performance of our beneficiary is generally attributed to the improved attendance rate due to the participation in the daily feeding program.
At kabataan, kalusugan ay mahalaga.
Based from the reports of the previous school year, it has been noted that learners who have already attained normal nutritional status after 120 days of feeding program have not maintained their ideal body mass index. From the data gathered, a theory has been formulated that there is a problem with food intake at home, which results to repeat of feeding beneficiaries and non-maintenance of a normal BMI status. Thus, an action research was done in order to address the said problem with the title Bon Appetit, Intensifying Food Production, a community-based tracking through posting of SBFP stickers. The school, together with the barangay officials, conducted the house-to-house visit of SBFP recipients in order to draw data or census through posting of stickers and using the parents-based checklist for SBFP recipients to check the availability of food source to sustain the nutritional needs of the child at home. In addition, the school is still currently in the implementation phase of the action research. However, initial findings show that there is indeed a gap with a healthy food consumption at home, thus contributing to the repeat of previous beneficiaries.
Atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, o plan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin, atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, o plan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin, atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, o plan kalusugan sa DepEd. Tara na okay, o plan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin, atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, o plan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin, atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin.
Communal Elementary School aims to strengthen the SBFP for the benefit of our recipients. Last school year 2018-2019, the school conducted an action research which identified the health profile and academic performance of SBFP beneficiaries utilizing self-generated assessment tools. Findings revealed that SBFP recipients are not necessarily poor academic performers. Contrary to the general belief, SBFP recipients of Communal Elementary School are average performing students. Improvement in academic performance of our beneficiary is generally attributed to the improved attendance rate due to the participation in the daily feeding program.
At kabataan, kalusugan ay mahalaga.
Based from the reports of the previous school year, it has been noted that learners who have already attained normal nutritional status after 120 days of feeding program have not maintained their ideal body mass index. From the data gathered, a theory has been formulated that there is a problem with food intake at home, which results to repeat of feeding beneficiaries and non-maintenance of a normal BMI status. Thus, an action research was done in order to address the said problem with the title Bon Appetit, Intensifying Food Production, a community-based tracking through posting of SBFP stickers. The school, together with the barangay officials, conducted the house-to-house visit of SBFP recipients in order to draw data or census through posting of stickers and using the parents-based checklist for SBFP recipients to check the availability of food source to sustain the nutritional needs of the child at home. In addition, the school is still currently in the implementation phase of the action research. However, initial findings show that there is indeed a gap with a healthy food consumption at home, thus contributing to the repeat of previous beneficiaries.
Atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd.
Good morning and maayong buntag. We are back once again on the second batch of our division orientation on the school-based feeding program, milk program component. So nakapag-bladder break na po ang lahat, no? Our next speaker will discuss about the accounting matters and transportation expenses, including the cash advance and the liquidation. So please help me welcome ang Cardo Dalisay ng aming division office, our new accountant, Sir Armand Dalisay. Sir Armand?
Yes, thank you, Ma'am Jazz. And again, to all the participants for this forum, good morning and welcome to our orientation on the implementation of our milk-based feeding CY 2020. So again, as discussed by our early resource person, the topic I am tasked this morning is focused on accounting matters. So liquidation at cash advance sa mga expenses na pwedeng or probable involved in the implementation of our milk-based feeding program. So first question or first issue on accounting matters to be discussed is number one, the source of funds for our travel expense, transportation or hauling expense. Saan po natin kukunin yung pambayad ng ating traveling or yung inspector, pamasahe, at yung paghaul or pagkarga ng mga gatas or ng mga goods from drop-off points to the beneficiary schools. So according to DO 36 series of 2019, that is still subject for amendment. It specify na yung distribution cost from drop-off point to each school, the schools may charge it against the milk feeding funds in the SDO. So number one source is the milk feeding funds o yung SARO na intended sa ating milk-based program, milk feeding program, of which according sa ating health personnel, hindi po siya na-incorporate yung ating howling. So if such was the case, the other option po tayo papunta. So second option po is the school-based feeding program excess funds. So meaning po, pwede po tayong kumuha o mag-charge po ng ating traveling or howling expense sa SBFP excess funds. So na-highlight lang po yung excess kasi in the absence or kung hindi pa niya na-program yung lahat-lahat or may sobra pa sa SBFP, pwede nyo po i-incorporate doon yung howling expenses as well as ang traveling. Ang last or ang pangatlo po natin na source of funds is ang school MOOE funds or yung monthly allocation ng school intended for the maintenance, operating, and other expenses. So again, pwede po natin i-source sa MOOE funds yung ating pambayad sa traveling and howling or transportation expense. Mag-provide lang po kayo ng necessary documentation para ma-support po yung claim po natin sa expenses. So speaking of requirements or documentary requirements to support the payment or disbursement of the expense, we come up to the next issue or point of concern. Ito po yung traveling expense. So pag sinabi po nating traveling expense, ito po yung teacher from station or point of origin traveling to the drop-off points or yung venue or yung school na drop-off or paglalagyan po ng mga delivered milk from supplier or from NDA. So this includes, among others, school head, inspector, or yung member po ng BAC ng beneficiary schools. So sila po yung pwedeng mag-claim ng traveling expense. So as usual, ano po yung mga documentary requirements po natin sa pag-claim ng traveling? Number one, yung authority to travel or yung travel order po natin. Common naman po yan. Tsaka alam naman po natin kung ano po yung authority to travel. Duly signed and approved by the authorized signatories. So sino-sino po yon? That includes ang katong yung claimant or yung mag-travel and the higher officer, yung SDS, or if necessary, yung school district supervisor niya. If yun po yung common practice po ng field. Second requirement is the approved itinerary of travel. So, reiterate ko lang or explain ko lang, itinerary of travel, ito yung breakdown ng travel in sequential order. So meaning, kung ano yung simula, yung origin po pala natin, uniform po tayo, ang official station po, which is ang school, regardless kung galing kayo sa bahay or galing kayo sa saan pa. For uniform purposes, school po yung gamitin natin na point of origin sa ating travel. So from school to the drop-off points and drop-off points to beneficiary school. If in case yun po yung usual travel route. So meaning yun po yung existing po na travel. If more than one ang ride or more than one po yung sakayan, so i-indicate din po natin. So first is from school to first na point or venue, and then venue 1 to the drop-off points. Depende po sa sakay po na mangyayari. So again, ito po yung itinerary of travel po natin. In case na yung itinerary of travel ay hindi nasunod or yung projected or yung first na itinerary of travel is different from the actual itinerary of travel, i-amend or i-revise po natin yung original itinerary of travel. Example po, nangyari, instead na isang sakay lang yung na-program nyo po doon sa itinerary, dalawang sakay po ang nangyari. So, hindi na nasunod yung itinerary of travel natin. If that's the case, i-revise lang po natin yung itinerary of travel, i-reflect po talaga natin yung actual. Malugi naman po kayo pag hindi nyo ni-reflect yun kasi dalawang pamasahe yung na-disburse o na-gastos nyo po. So again, that's the second requirement. Ang third requirement po natin is ang division memorandum or ang division order or issuance na galing po sa division signed by our schools division superintendent, Sir Giliena. So, tatlo lang po ang ating requirements in case po cash advance po yung mode po ng disbursement. So, meaning, if nag-advance po kayo ng cash, tatlo lang ang necessary na i-provide nyo po na requirements. If liquidation po ang modes po or type ng disbursement, meaning nangyari na or na-conduct na yung activity or natapos na yung projected na travel po ninyo, saka lang po kayo magki-claim ng reimbursement. In addition sa tatlo, magdadagdag po tayo ng pang-apat. Yun po yung if yung pamasahe is not more than 300 pesos or 300 pesos and below, ang i-attach o gagamitin po ninyo na documents or form is ang CER or yung Certificate of Expense not requiring receipt for payment or disbursement less than or not more than 300 pala. So 300 and below. Pag more than 300 o 301 and above, RER na po yung gagamitin natin na form or reimbursement expense receipt, which is yung may magpirma na yung nasa baba na kung sino yung payee, yung pangalan, yung detail po ng ID niya po, tsaka pirma niya po for expenses more than 300 pesos. But then again, if yung practice po natin is, ayun nga, yung puro RER, continue na lang po. Hindi naman pa siya ng natin, COA. I-continue lang po natin yung paggamit ng RER. But anyways, as much as possible, yun po yung pinrescribe na form ni COA. Para po for information for everybody lang. And ang number 5 na requirement for the traveling expense, yung Certificate of Travel Completed na form. So ito po yung form na sinisertify po natin, na sinisertipikahan po natin na na-execute or na-conduct po yung travel natin in accordance with sa itinerary of travel. So meaning, nasunod po talaga yung itinerary of travel. Kaya nga po, sabi ko kanina, if may deviation or may difference with regards sa original na itinerary against sa actual, i-revise lang po yung itinerary to conform or para i-reflect niya yung actual po na travel conducted. Yun lang po yung common na requirements prescribed for COA with respect sa ating traveling expense na kiniklaim ng mga school personnel involved po sa pick up ng ating goods, pick up po ng ating mga gatas. Ang next expense po na may encounter natin is yung hauling expense or commonly as transportation expenses. So ano po tong hauling or transportation? So again, ang hauling, ito po yung pagkuha natin ng mga goods or merchandise from one point or from one place to second place, which is yung schools po ninyo. So ano po yung mga common requirements po ng ating hauling or transportation expense? So as agreed with the school health personnel, i-require po namin na execute na lang po tayo ng contract of services sa ating hauler or yung transporter natin. Since yung implementation po ng milk-based feeding is throughout the year siya, we prefer sa division office na ang contract of service is good for 1 month. I-renew nyo lang if ever siya pa rin po yung kukunin nyo or siya pa rin po yung hauler po ninyo or transporter. So again, yan po yung una, yung contract of service na i-execute ng party. Para isa lang po yung hauler natin for the entire month, hindi pa iba-iba. Second, i-require din po namin na i-canvas nyo po yung pag-procure o pag-award ng hauler. So meaning, mag-conduct po kayo ng bidding, which is requirement din yan ng Commission on Audit in compliance sa Procurement Act po natin na 9184. So, yun po, conduct po tayo ng bidding and the lowest bidder shall be awarded for the contract. Ang duration lang, i-limit na lang natin for 1 month. Pwede naman po ninyong i-renew yan for another na month yung contract ninyo. So, ang renewal, good for at least 3 months lang ang renewal. After 3 months, mag-conduct na naman din kayo ng another naman na bidding. So, para hindi from time to time, lagi kayong monthly nagbibid. Although yung bidding nyo is good for 1 month, renewable, pwede po natin i-renew yan, good for another 2 months or a total period of 3 months lang or 1 quarter lang yung i-award natin na contract. So, the purpose niyan is para naman if hindi kayo satisfied doon sa inyong hauler, pwede kayong mag-change ng hauler. So, hindi kayo ma-constrain sa contract na naka 3 months na hindi naman kayo satisfied sa performance ng second party o yung transporter niyo po. Ang ikatlo po, since hindi po pare-parehas kasi yung fare or yung singil ng ating mga transporter, depende po yata siya sa location at area at yung hardship or yung travel po, yung condition po ng road or yung travel as per se. Kaya po, to support yung mga amount na kiniklaim, sabi ng iba, 500, sabi ng iba, more than 500, di pare-parehas. And if ever mag-fix tayo ng amount, walang magbibid o walang tatanggap. So in the end, ma-forfeit naman yung purpose natin. We require po sa mga school heads or yung sa mga school coordinator na obtain po kayo o kuha po tayo ng certification po from the barangay kung saan po tayo located ang ating school. Regarding po doon sa actual fare or the existing fare po ng hauling from the starting point ng school up to doon sa drop-off points. So, yung certification will reflect magkano po yung existing or ang commonly asked nga fare or rates ng haulers po within the area. Through that certification, pwede na po natin siyang isupport as means na documents sa ating liquidation para po ma-avoid po natin yung confusion or yung future queries ni Commission on Auditor natin, resident auditor, bakit hindi pare-parehas yung ating fare o pamasahing binabayad o kiniklaim ng mga howler. Since wala po tayong official nga tariff rates at wala rin po tayong prescribed na mga thoroughfares o public fares, pwede na po yun as alternative natin na supporting document. So again, yun po yung mga common natin na requirements for the hauling or transportation. The same time, yung memorandum and ang addition pa pala, yung Certificate of Acceptance at saka IAR po natin. As Certificate of Appearance and ang Inspection and Acceptance Report, i-attach din po natin sa ating liquidation for hauling or transportation expense. And huwag kalimutan, if mag-execute po tayo ng contract of service, required po talaga yung competent identification ng second party or yung ka-contracting party po natin, which is ang hauler or transporter. So ano po yung competent identification? Ito po yung mga government issued ID such as LTO license, LTO license, yung voters ID, if meron silang SSS ID. Pero in case sa hauler, much better yung LTO license na lang po yung i-photocopy nyo po at i-attach doon sa ating contract of service. So again, ito po yung mga common requirements or documents na necessary po in the event na mag-liquidate po tayo sa ating cash advances. Papunta po sa division and subsequently forward natin sa ating mga auditors. So those are the common expenses na ma-encounter po natin in the conduct sa ating implementation sa milk-based feeding. Yung travel expense tsaka transportation expense. With respect po dun sa ating stocking or sa ating holding po ng mga stocks, the resource personnel from our school health section will further elaborate po with respect dun sa mga refrigerators or saan po natin i-contain or saan po natin i-hold yung ating mga goods such as those milk na matatanggap po natin. And the usage of course of our appliances will correspond po na necessary increase po sa ating utilities. Pero naman po due to these circumstances, mababa naman yung consumption ng utilities po natin since wala namang mga klase so far. So again, the incremental expense or the increase for utilities, so corresponding adjustment na lang po sa ating management ng MOE funds to cope up with such incremental cost. So far, those two expenses lang yung nakikita ng accounting section na probably affected or probably would occur during the implementation of our milk-based feeding program. At any rate, the accounting section, on behalf of the accounting section, we are open for any questions, queries, suggestion coming from the field. If ever meron po kayong recommendation that would benefit or would improve more the process or the procedural flow, it is highly recommended, or we commend, or we willingly cater such recommendations po coming from you. So again, this orientation hopefully enlightened the questions or queries from the field. So if you have your questions, just reserve it for our open forum, which will follow later. So thank you and good morning po sa lahat.
Thank you very much, Sir Arman Dalisay. Our accountant will be back later, no, to answer all your accounting matters, your transpo matters na during our open forum session. So let's proceed with our next speaker. She will be talking about the milk quality and handling, and she is from the National Dairy Authority. Please help me welcome Miss Rylene S. Sanchez. Ma'am Rylene, good morning po.
Morning, ma'am. Morning sa lahat. Good morning sa present today. Nag-attend sa ating orientation. Na po yung screen, ma'am. Okay na po yung screen, ma'am.
Ay, pwede po ipa-full screen po, Ma'am Rai.
Good morning po once again. Allow me first to introduce to you our AC, which is the National Dairy Authority, because I know many of you doesn't know or haven't heard yet about National Dairy Authority. So we are created under Republic Act 7884, and our mandate is to accelerate the development of the Philippine dairy industry through policy direction and program coordination and implementation. We are an attached agency of the Department of Agriculture, and to accelerate the development of the dairy industry, the National Dairy Authority implemented 4 major programs, in which one of these programs is the dairy herd build-up. Ito po yung padami ng ating mga gatas natin ang ating mga gatas po. And in this program, the National Dairy Authority, through a loan, provides milking animals, provide cattle or goat to interested farmers or individuals or organizations that would want to engage into dairy business. So the program, the dairy herd build-up is the animals that is provided to the farmers will be through a loan will be paid by the farmers in 4 years time. So income of the farmer will come from the milk produced by the animals, and pag nanganak na po yung kanilang mga cattle or goat, araw-araw po yan may gatas. Since ang milk po is magda-drop siya every day after giving birth, so tinutulungan din namin sila to be a dairy enterprise sa pamamagitan ng pagtuturo sa kanila ng mga klase-klaseng mga produkto ng milk. So meron tayong mga iba't ibang klase na produkto galing sa gatas, one of which is yung fresh milk, and flavored milk, may mga cheeses, others po yung ice cream, at ibang klase po, para po matuto sila or makaragdag po ito sa kanilang kita sa mga farmers. Then we have also the milk feeding program. This is the National Dairy Authority implements the National Feeding Program with 2 objectives po. One is to provide sure market for the milk produced by the farmers, and another objective is to eliminate the malnutrition problem of the community. Our regular milk feeding program is implemented
through a cost-sharing arrangement with with interested LGUs, NGOs, other private organizations, and individuals who would want to sponsor milk feeding. And then the funds will be the funds is used to purchase the milk from the farmers and will be given free to the identified beneficiaries of the sponsors. So this is implemented for a period of 120 days. So this is different from the DepEd feeding, which will be implemented for only 20 days. Dito po sa aming regular feeding, po siya because it is this number of days that is proven na meron talagang improvement na makikita sa mga children. So aside from those three programs, major programs, we also have this milk safety and quality assurance program. Ito po yung, this program will ensure that the milk produced by farmers and processed in the milk plant is safe and of good quality. So meron kaming mga quality assurance officers that ensures the safety and quality of the milk. So meron kaming mga tao po na dinidisperse sa mga areas, especially to the dairy farms and milk processing, to check on the process na ginagawa nila during milking at during production. And hindi lang po naglilimit po doon sa production, pati po doon sa delivery site or sa customer na po ng ating mga cooperatives. So yun po yung aming programa. And lately, the National Dairy Authority is one of the regulatory agency in implementation of the Food Safety Act. So yun yung nadagdag sa aming programa in which we install laboratories, milk laboratories to check on the quality of the milk with regards to food safety. So what is the role of NDA in the SBF? First, it is to collaborate with DepEd for market scoping, sourcing, delivery of fresh milk and fresh milk-based products. So before this milk feeding program that is incorporated in the SBFP, meron na pong doon po sa central office namin with central office DepEd, nagka-collaborate na po in terms of supply map, kung saan po yung sources ng mga milk, and napag-usapan din po yung delivery of fresh milk, in which it was already mentioned by our speakers earlier. Then through MOA with DepEd, NDA shall be responsible in providing fresh milk and sterilized milk required by DepEd through NDA-assisted local dairy cooperatives. So kami lang po yung NDA is the one who contracted with DepEd, but we as being responsible for the provision of fresh milk and sterilized milk to the DepEd will outsource the milk to the NDA-assisted local dairy cooperatives. So, wala po kaming sariling plant, but we have accredited plants and processors sila yung nagpa-process ng ating milk. So natural, the NDA assisted dairy farms and cooperatives may include services for production, processing, packaging, and logistics. So whatever support or services needed by our suppliers in terms of production, processing, packaging, and logistics, so NDA will assist. Now let's go with the basic milk chemistry. So ano po yung definition ng milk? So milk is a white liquid secretion of milking animal used for consumption or for further processing, but it excludes colostrum. So ito po yung, kung familiar kayo with milking animals, ito po yung kinukuha natin sa mga mammals, kasi mammals man lang po yung may gatas, and then free na po siya sa colostrum. Yung colostrum po kasi is also a milk na yun po yung mga unang lalabas within the first 5 to 7 days of from birth, no? So yan po yung mga tinatawag natin na colostrum. Yung colostrum is binibigyan natin sa mga offspring or sa mga babies right after naisilang po sila. So after 7 days, hindi na po natin pwedeng gamitin yung colostrum at yung lalabas na po doon is yung milk na pwede na natin inumin siya araw-araw yung sa daily consumption natin. So ito yung colostrum contains twice as much as prime matter, 3 times as many minerals, 5 times as much protein, higher in energy and vitamins. That is why it is recommended na yung colostrum po is bibigay natin after giving birth doon sa mga offsprings or to boost the immune system of the offspring. Kasi po ito po yung kasi double yung kanyang mga minerals na makikita at saka yung protein. So dapat maibili siya on the early stage ng animals or ng tao. So this slide only shows yung comparison between colostrum and normal milk. Makikita nito yung protein is 8% sa colostrum pero sa whole milk nasa 3% lang po. Tapos yung fat is 6.7%, tapos yung sa colostrum tapos 3.9% fat lang po siya sa whole milk. So ibig sabihin po, pag ininom natin ito yung colostrum in a normal situation po, pareho sa atin, kung iinom tayo nito, baka po masisira po yung ating mga tiyan. That is why hindi na po siya recommended lalo na pag after 5 days of from giving birth. So ito na po yung whole milk yung ginagamit natin. So milk can also be described as an emulsion of fat globules suspended in aqueous phase of milk. A colloidal dispersion of casein and whey proteins, calcium phosphate, and citrates. A solution contains the sugar lactose, the water-soluble vitamins, thiamine, and riboflavin, and many mineral salts such as calcium phosphate, citrates, and the minerals chloride, magnesium, potassium, and sodium. So milk is also considered as almost complete food. Siguro alam na po natin lahat yan because it contains halos lahat ng vitamins and minerals na kailangan po ng ating body. At meron din siyang meron siyang vitamin C, kahit na trace of vitamin C. Yung milk natin, yung kanyang basic composition, meron siyang fat na less than 3%, meron siyang solid non-fat na total of 8.25%, then meron siyang water na 7.3%. Yung natural milk po, yung mga in-extract natin from the cow's, goat, or sa mother's milk, meron na yan siyang natural na 87.3%. Water content more than 87.3% in the milk means adulterated na po yung gatas. So dapat po may test na ginagawa po yung ating mga cooperative, ating mga plants to test if there is an milk adulteration. Of course, yung fat, yun yung pinapupunan natin ng energy, no? Carbohydrates which will form part of the energy part of the body. So, then fat naman, makikita natin dyan yung mga protein, yung lactose, minerals, at 0.18 na organic matter. So, as mentioned earlier, so milk is the most complete food, vitamins, which yung pinaka-familiar sa akin is yung vitamin A at saka vitamin D. Yung vitamin A, yun yung it helps yung ano natin sa ating mga sa mata, then yung vitamin D, yun naman yung pampakinis ng ating skin, no? But vitamin D is magpa-function siya kung natatamaan siya sa sunlight. So yun yung ano. And vitamin A and vitamin D, sila yung mga vitamins na madaling masisira if you subjected the milk to high temperature na processing, no, yung pagluto sa kanya. So yung ating binibigay sa ating yung ating ibibigay sa ating mga children is only pasteurized milk in which pinapatay lang po natin yung mga pathogenic bacteria hindi po kailangan ng ating body. So may enzyme siya, then may gases, no? So yan na yung, I will not deal more on this kasi yung mga vitamins and minerals na nasa milk. So ito po, yung ating mga nutritionist, gumagawa sila ng study kung ano po yung contribution ng gatas doon sa required energy and nutrition intake ng isang 6 to 9 years old na female. So, yung 6.9, yung 9 years old na female, kailangan po niya ng water na 1,600 milligrams, energy na 1,600, calcium na 700, so on and so forth. So, yung ating milk would contribute to 11% water na kailangan ng body ng bata, 8% yung kanyang energy na ibigay, 40% of the calcium required, 37% of the potassium, iron 8%, vitamin A is 19.5% doon sa vitamin A requirement, vitamin B1 13%, vitamin B2 60%, vitamin B3 3%, and vitamin C na 1%. So ito po yung contribution ng ating milk doon sa daily requirement, regular required energy and nutrition intake ng isang bata. So we have different breeds of animals or kinds of animals na pwede nating pagkukunan ng milk. One is the cattle, at saka yung cattle naman natin ay na pwede nating pagkukunan ng milk is yung Jersey breed, yung Holstein na breed, and we can also get from buffaloes, yung mga kalabaw po, yung mga dairy buffaloes, and we can also get from the dairy goats. Sila po yung mga breed ng mga hayop na malakas po magbigay ng gatas. Hindi po natin pwede pagkukunan ng gatas yung mga native na mga hayop, native na mga baka, or yung mga Brahman, mga animals, kasi po sila po yung, ang contribution naman po nila or ang kaya nilang ibigay is yung pang-meat. So ito po yung mga breeds na pwede natin pagkukunan or dito tayo kukuha ng mga gatas para sa ating mga children. So yung cattle, dairy buffaloes, at saka dairy goat. So dito po pinapakita kung ano yung mga solids na makukuha natin sa mga na to. And it is shown in the slide that yung buffalo's milk po is nasa 21.5% ang solids. Ibig sabihin, dami pong makukuha na fat, protein, lactose, and as sa dairy buffalo. Yung kanilang fat is 10.4%. Ang kanilang protein is 5.9, 4.3% yung lactose, at saka ash is 0.8%. To the nasa 12.2% lang Holstein, tapos yung sa Jersey is 15%. But yung kailangan lang naman po ng katawan ng ating katawan is nasa at least 3.5% lang na fat. So kaya pag yung iba if you want to, umiiwas sila dito sa buffalo's milk kasi mataas po yung kanyang fat content. Mas advisable or mas healthier po yung gas ng baka kasi po especially if adults po yung umiinom. So, yung goat naman is compared to other kinds of dairy animals is nearest to ang milk po daw nila is nearest to human's milk. So kaya ito yung ina-advise pag yung mga bata is may lactose intolerance. Ito yung ina-advise na pwedeng inumin ng mga babies na from 12 months old to 24 months old. Yung sa cattle po, ang ina-advise namin itong ibigay dun sa mga bata na 24 months and above. Kasi parang mabigat po i-digest yung gatas ng baka compared sa gatas ng kambing. So, properties of milk. Yung color niya is white or slightly yellowish. Pag yung dineliver sa inyo is color green or blue, hindi na yun siya good milk. Kasi po ang color lang ng milk should be white or slightly yellowish. Tapos yung freezing point niya, dapat hindi siya mabilis mag-freeze. Kasi po pag mabilis mag-freeze yung milk, ibig sabihin adulterated na po yung gatas or marami po ang tubig na nasa pakete ng milk. And specific gravity, this will also test on the adulteration of the milk. So ito po po yan or ng ating mga plants. Let's go to types of milk. We have this fluid milk. Ito po yung what we extracted from the cow. Tapos niluluto natin ng pasteurization. Niluluto natin siya by pasteurization. So ang tawag po dyan is fresh milk. Liquid siya. Walang ginawa, kundi pasteurization lang. Sa fresh milk po, the natural vitamins and minerals remains intact during sa pasteurization process. Then if lagyan natin sila ng flavor, so magiging flavored milk na siya. If you put in chocolate, strawberry, mango, and other kinds of flavorings, so yung tatawag po doon is flavored milk na liquid. Nilalagyan lang natin yung fresh milk ng flavor. Then we also have this evaporated and concentrated milk. Evaporated milk will come out if yung fresh milk natin, pinasingaw natin yung ating yung water sa fresh milk. So it will become evaporated milk. Then magiging sweetened condensed milk siya paglagyan natin yung ating fresh milk ng sugar at saka evaporate natin yung some part of the water na nasa milk. So it will become sweetened condensed milk. Dried milk naman ang lalabas if you process the milk o ipadadaan natin sila doon sa spray dryer na equipment. And it will become skim milk powder if you get the fat na nasa milk. And then pinrocess mo siya or dinaan mo siya sa spray dryer, ang lalabas po doon is skim milk powder. And whole milk powder po ang lalabas if yung fresh milk is ilalagay natin sa spray dryer, pero ang naiwan po inalis yung water at saka ang naiwan niya is yung kanyang solids na 13.5%. So yun po yung yung whole milk powder. Then we also have this cultured milk or fermented milk. Ito yung sample nito is cultured buttermilk, sour cream, yogurt, and cheese. Ito po yung milk na nilalagyan ng mga good bacteria para mag-ferment po siya. And familiar sa atin dito yung Yakult. So yan yung mga sample ng fermented milk at saka yogurt. meron silang mga live bacteria which will ferment the milk and which is also beneficial to the body. Kasi po pag maasim yung milk na wala lang tayong nilagay na culture, na wala tayong nilagay ng fermentation at hindi dumaan sa fermentation, ibig sabihin po sira na po yung gatas. So lahat, kung gusto natin ng fermented milk, dapat meron siya, or maasim na milk, dapat meron siya nilagay na culture. So yung mga cheeses na makikita natin sa ating sa supermarket, meron po yan siyang nilagay na mga culture. So ito po yung paano po ginawa o paano po yung pag-process ng ating gatas. One is pasteurization, yung pasteurized milk or fresh milk. Yan yung ating definition of terms. Heated lang po siya at 65 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes or 72 degrees Celsius for 15 seconds. So, ibig sabihin, inalis or pinatay lang natin yung mga pathogenic bacteria na hindi kailangan ng body. And the natural vitamins and minerals remains intact. The pasteurized milk will only last for 7 days na temperature within the temperature of 4 degrees Celsius. So hindi mo siya dapat ihayaan na mabilad sa araw. Hindi mo siya dapat expose lang sa room na wala siyang ice or wala siyang, hindi siya cold. Dapat lagi siyang chilled or cold. So yun yung yung pag-handle ng pasteurized milk. We also have this sterilized milk. Ito yung mention na rin kanina na pwede nating iserve sa mga bata. But as right now we only serve first the fresh milk. We only cater schools na pwedeng nakarating yung ating mga fresh milk. So yung sterilized milk naman, it is heated at 110 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes or 130 to 140 degrees Celsius for 2 to 4 minutes. So ibig sabihin, mag-last yung kanyang shelf life ng 6 months kahit hindi mo siya i-refrigerate. Kahit room temperature lang siya, hindi siya masisira kaagad-agad. But wala siyang preservative, but yung kanyang life extension or nangyayari lang because of the heating process. We also have this reconstituted milk. Ito yung posible nating bilhin from the commercial market, which is a whole milk powder dissolved in potable water. Yung mga natin, milk that we will usually see in the supermarket shelves, like yung mga powdered milk. Yun yung may mga whole milk powder dyan, may mga skim milk powder. Then, i-dissolve mo siya in potable water. Ibig sabihin, reconstituted milk na po sila. Ibig sabihin, kasi kinuha na nila yung water during sa processing, magiging powdered milk siya. So, binalik lang natin yung water na kinuha during sa pag-process sa kanila. So, it becomes reconstituted milk. Now, let's go with the SBMFP quality and safety requirement. First, yung formulation of milk supply, there will be an added 2% sugar. So, hindi po siya yung natural na kung ano yung in-extract natin from the cow, pinasa sa pasteurization, but we will add 2% sugar. Kasi po, pag bago pa po yung bata makatikim ng fresh milk at saka yung plain milk lang talaga, baka hindi nila magustuhan yung tabang-tabang at saka parang hindi normal kasi nasanay po yung mga children natin na lagyan ng sugar yung ating gatas. So, ang ginawa, and which is agreed upon between the DepEd Central Office at saka NDA and also with the Philippine Carabao Center is meron siyang 2% added sugar para palatabo siya sa mga bata. NDA will check for processing practices and required records. So, hindi lang po namin hahayaan kasi po NDA po ang nakakontrata with DepEd hindi lang po, we will not leave our processors na mag-produce lang ng milk na hindi namin sila guide, no? At i-check kung ano po yung mga protocols during the milk processing. So mayroong mga forms dyan na aming i-require or kanilang i-maintain, like raw milk receiving monitoring sheet. Raw milk is yun yung hindi pa luto na gatas, yung pinroduce ng mga farmer na i-deliver sa planta. Raw milk ang tawag doon. Then in-process monitoring sheet during processing. Ano yung mga meron din silang i-maintain na mga monitoring sheet. Packing monitoring sheet at stock withdrawal slip. Delivery slip. Ito yung ano. So, kaya namin sila i-require ng ganito para po pag may problema tayo ma-encounter during the implementation of the program, meron po tayong records na palitan. At saka ma-check natin kung paano po nila ginawa or paano po nila process yung gatas. Milk supply requirements. Number 3, we will require the supplier to submit lang, excuse me, lang, palihog ko lang. Naglubat lang aking laptop. So we will require the plant, the processors, the supplier to submit 3 consecutive, to submit milk samples and will undergo the required quality and safety test for consecutive batches po. 3 consecutive batches. So para hindi po bias sa amin, sa NDA, kasi assisted cooperatives and processors namin sila, we submitted the milk sample to the Department of Science and Technology for the test, laboratory and safety test. Pag hindi po sila pumasa sa 3 consecutive batches na yun po sila qualified to supply milk para sa ating feeding program. So, dapat din po, meron total solids yung kanilang milk must be within 10 to 12%. So, hindi sila dapat bumaba sa 12%. At saka yung added sugar na minention ko na kanina na hindi mag-exceed ng 2%. Another requirement will be the total plate count must be less than 30,000 colony forming unit. Yung coliform count must be less than colony forming unit. E. coli, so ito po yung mga bacterial test na nire-require namin for the milk na dapat nilang ipasa. Kasi po, ito especially the E. coli, ito po yung create ng yung magsasuffer yung ating milk beneficiary ng dairy pag may growth ng E. coli. But this one, yung mga plate count, total plate count, ito yung bacteria na present, pwede siyang present sa milk kasi meron po kasing mga bacteria na good na makikita pa rin good na maiiwan sa gatas. But dapat sa E. coli, zero growth po siya. So dapat pumasa yung gatas sa organoleptic test. So yung organoleptic test is done by evaluation of appearance, odor, and taste. So using our senses, no? Yung 5 senses. Appearance, makikita gamit ang ating mga mata. So nakikita natin doon yung color, kung di na white at saka yellowish yung milk, posibleng sirada po siya. Tsaka pag appearance, pwede nating tingnan dyan yung packaging, may leaks ba, may bloats ba, may bulging ba na nakikita. Then sa odor, natural gamit natin ang ating smell, the sense of smell, kung panis, maasim. And last, kung duda tayo or mayroong nagre-reklamo ng mga bata sa taste, kung maasim-asim na yung gatas, mapait, no? Minsan pait yung taste niya pag sira na siya. So, yan. Yung storage temperature must be less than 4 degrees Celsius. So, dapat hindi siya tataas sa 5 degrees Celsius. So, it should be maintained ice or nasa chilled component ng refrigerator or kung nasa freezer po siya. Pag hindi pa natin ipapainom yung milk. We also require one sample per production that will be kept for 8 days doon sa processing or sa planta ng ating mga suppliers, no? Tinatawag namin itong library sample in which for every production, meron silang iiwan na sample doon sa kanilang storage para po pag may magreklamo, pwede nating balikan at pwede nating tingnan yung sample na naiiwan po sa kanilang planta. Halimbawa, if nag-deliver po kami ng 20,000 packs of milk, pero isang school lang po ang nagreklamo na sira po yung gatas. So most likely, iti-trace po natin yung ating library sample and then pag okay naman yung sample natin at saka yung ibang schools wala namang na-encounter na spoilages. So it most likely, ang reason po ng spoilage dyan is yung handling po ng ating school. So yung then i-discard lang natin yung sample after 8 days kasi given na 7 days yung shelf life ng ating. We also required our suppliers to provide 2% buffer stock during the delivery. For example, merong 100 packs na i-deliver sa isang school. So meron siyang additional 2 packs as buffer na gagamitin natin for testing, laboratory test. Kasi ang NDA po or our supplier will get sample from the milks delivered and submit it to NDA for laboratory testing to check if the quality of the milk that is delivered to the schools is the quality is maintained and is still in good condition. Kung ano po yung dapat na quality ng gatas sa pag-deliver, ganun pa rin po ba yung quality ng gatas after 3 days? Baka mag-iba na po yung quality or baka mag-iba na po or masira na po yung gatas after 3 days. So meron siyang buffer stock na 2% para po hindi po mabawasan yung allocation ng school pag kumuha po ng sample for testing. So wala pong, kasi hindi naman po siguro lahat mapuntahan na school para sa So yung 2% na buffer stock na yan, pwede ninyong gamitin for the leaks or yung mga lacking deliveries. At saka pwede rin po ipatikim din natin sa ating yung mga in charge natin, pwede si ma'am, pwede si sir, yung principal, yung inspector, pwede magtikim para po malaman nila na ganito pala yung iniinom ng mga bata. Alangan naman yung mga bata alam nila kung anong lasa ng milk, pero yung ating mga teacher in charge, yung ating mga focal persons, hindi po nila kilala kung ano yung lasa ng gatas. So pwede silang gamitin, but yung pinaka-primary use ng buffer stock na yan is for laboratory test. Yung delivery boxes po natin, we require na malinis, well-maintained, and sanitized. Kasi po hindi po afford ng ating mga suppliers yung cooler boxes. So we require them to provide styro boxes dito sa taas. Ito po yung natin, yung parang standard na delivery boxes. So request lang po namin na pagdating sa inyong mga schools, pagkatapos po siyang gamitin o pag naubos na po yung laman ng cooler box, styro boxes, pakilinis, i-request na lang po namin na pwedeng linisin po at saka i-sanitize at ninyo, patuyuin po bago po ninyo i-seal ulit or ibalik sa supplier. Kasi po yung scheme natin for delivery, kung twice a week po ang delivery natin, 1 day, magbigay ng isang box, then sa next delivery na Wednesday, magbigay ulit ng isang box, pero ibalik ninyo yung empty boxes na dineliver nung Monday. Para po, 2 box po yung allocation ng inyong school. Hindi po every delivery bibili ng styro box yung supplier. Palitan lang po tayo ng empty box at saka yung may laman box. So request lang po namin na linisin niyo yung mga boxes kasi it will also reflect kung ano po yung klase ng school natin, kung malinis po or hindi, kung hindi po nahugasan ng milk. Para po sa kaalaman ng lahat, kasi po ang milk is very sensitive at marami po siyang nutrients, mabilis po siyang mag-attract ng bacteria. So, mabaho po yung ating boxes, nalilipat po at saka masisira po yung ating milk na bago na ilagay natin sa box na mabaho. Kaya nga, we advise na kung meron kayong freezer, dapat milk lang po ang nakalagay sa freezer. Hindi po pwedeng lagyan ng karne, ng isda, o ng manok yung freezer kasama po yung gatas. Kasi po yung amoy ng isda, pwede po siyang malipat doon sa milk. So, hindi na po kaaya-ayang inumin po yung gatas pag mayroon po ibang amoy na hahalo doon sa gatas natin. So, yun po. Yung boxes must be labeled the following, yung production date, number of sachets, and also idagdag na yung name of school kung saan po yung box na yan dapat i-deliver. Kasi baka po magkapalitan po yung ating mga boxes na yung ibang box pag walang label or walang name ng school mapunta sa ibang school. So, hindi na tama or hindi na po yung required allocation na dapat mapunta sa school, baka hindi na po nila makuha or swerte yung iba kung mapunta yung maraming allocation, mapunta sa mas maliit na allocation kasi marami po yung gatas, but it will defeat the purpose of providing the exact ration po sa ating mga children or para sa school. So yung delivery scheme natin, mayroon tayong 2 drop-off points per district at least. So, may request ng 3, so pinapayagan po natin yon. Pero hindi po tayo door-to-door delivery sa school. So naka-assign lang tayo or nag-identify lang tayo ng drop-off points. So mention na rin yun kanina ng ating mga speakers earlier. Sa collection of sample for lab analysis requirement, pwede po yung supplier o QC ng supplier na mag-collect ng isang sample per drop-off point. I-store lang nila sa styro box with ice. So hindi rin po pwedeng pag kumuha kami ng sample sa inyo or pag hindi po NDA ang kukuha ng sample, halimbawa we will just request yung supplier na mag-collect ng sample. Hindi rin nila hayaan na ilagay sa kahit saan yung gatas or sample na kukunin sa inyo. Ipapalagay namin sila sa styro box at dapat may ice. Then submit to NDA Quality Control Officer for testing, for lab analysis. So ganun po. Kung nire-require namin kayo to maintain the milk at 4 degrees Celsius na temperature, dapat ganun din yung pagkuha namin ng sample from your school. Ito naman yung storage of sterilized milk product, but hindi naman po ito ang product na pupunta sa inyo, but i-ano lang natin ito, i-discuss natin ng slight lang yung discussion dito. So ito po yung SMP, pwede siya at room temperature na dapat yung room na yun is free from pests and rodents. So hindi pwedeng mapasukan ng mga daga, ng mga langgam. So yun yung natin for the sterilized milk. At saka naka-box siya, naka-stock na pwede mo siyang stock ng up to 10 cartons. If you are familiar with juices, yung mga Zesto juice na nakalagay sa box, ganun po yung itsura or ganun po yung packaging natin ng sterilized milk product. But right now, yung atin munang isi-serve sa ating batch 1 at saka batch 2 recipients will be fresh milk. So, hindi tayo pa dito. Ito po yung target natin na ibibigay sa ating schools in Paquibato districts at saka some schools in Marilao. So, wala pa tayo dito. Yung ating negotiations ngayon is more is nasa fresh milk pa lang supply. So ano yung mga palatandaan if the milk is not of good quality or spoiled milk na po siya? Una, yung taste, it will become sour or bitter. Pag maasim na, pag nagreklamo yung bata na ma'am, maasim na po yung milk, huwag na tayong mag-argue sa kanila. Kasi especially if they are already familiar with the taste of the milk, so pag may changes niya ng kahit kunti na sour, magreklamo na yung bata. So, kunin na natin yan. Then, pag may bulging sa container, may bloats, tinatawag yung parang puno ng hangin yung container ng milk. Usually, it will occur if you will just leave the milk open and in direct sunlight. So, magbabulge po. Mag-form yung bacteria, mag-form po ng magbigay siya ng bacteria sa loob, mag-emit siya ng maraming acid, kaya nagpo-form ng bulging. Next is pag frothy o bubbly surface of milk. Yung nagabubble na yung gatas kahit hindi mo siya ginalaw, ibig sabihin sira na rin yung gatas. Titingnan mo yung surface, may mga bubbles. But yung milk na maganda pa yung quality or masarap pa siya inumin, pag shake mo, pag tinignan mo siya na hindi mo siya ginalaw at saka walang bubble, pero pag i-shake mo siya, mayroong bubbles na makikita, ibig sabihin good pa yung gatas. Yun lang, pag hindi mo siya ginalaw at saka may bubbles na nakikita, ibig sabihin sira na yun. Then curd formation. So ito rin yung curd formation is usually nangyayari din ito pag hinahayaan mo lang ang gatas in an open space. Wala po siya, hindi po na-maintain yung kanyang temperature na 4 degrees Celsius. So pag ilang oras yan, overnight, hayaan mo lang siya in an open space, yan, mayroon ng lalabas na curd. Magpo-form na ng curding. So, butter taste and rancid. Ibig sabihin, panis yung amoy. So, sira na rin yun. So, during feeding, ensure milk pouches are free from bloats and leakages. So, yun yung sinabi kanina. Pag may bloats, pag may bulging, at saka may leaks, so dapat hindi na siya ipapainom sa bata. So, report immediately to district feeding coordinator or you report immediately to the suppliers. Kung ilan yung leaks na, kasi hindi po natin ma-perfect talaga during, especially pag tinatransport pa natin yung gatas. So, pagdating sa ating mga eskwelahan, lalo na pag lubak-lubak yung ating mga daan, so posibleng may mga leakages na ma-occur. So, i-report nyo agad doon sa ating feeding coordinator or sa supplier para sa next delivery, i-replace po natin yung mga leaks. So, lactose, we will discuss about lactose intolerance. So, usually natin sa ating mga friends, no, sa atin, especially if first pa natin ulit or bago lang tayo umiinom ng gatas. So ito yung sinasabi nilang lactose intolerance. Pag inom mo ng milk, you feel bloated, tapos may abdominal cramps, na may gas, no? May gas, parang ang daming acid or gas sa yung tiyan. Then ang pinakamasaklap nito if you will have diarrhea. So, ito po yung tinatawag natin na lactose intolerance. Paano po i-counter itong lactose intolerance na po? Ang gagawin po is araw-araw lang po tayo iinom ng milk. But because ang bibigyan natin ng ating mga milk is mga bata pa, hindi pa masyadong silang nakaka-encounter ng lactose intolerance. Bakit po? Sa baby pa tayo, ang intake lang naman natin is mother's milk, di ba? So, wala naman sigurong bata na hindi umiinom ng mother's milk. Ibig sabihin, meron tayong, sa baby pa tayo, we have this lactase enzyme na which is responsible to grind the sugar, the natural sugar na nasa milk. Yung mother's milk, mayroong natural sugar. So, kaya wala tayong nafe-feel na bloating, no? Walang nagka-diarrhea pag uminom ng mother's milk. But the moment na i-stop natin yung pag-inom ng gatas, dyan po nagkakaproblema, no? Na yung ating lactase enzyme, natutulog po siya doon sa ating tiyan. Kaya pag uminom ulit tayo ng milk, binalikan natin ng inom ng milk, lalo na tayo na mga adults at iinom ulit ng milk, meron tayong tendency na may mafe-feel tayo na kakaiba sa ating mga tiyan. So yan yung tinatawag natin na lactose intolerance. But if araw-araw kayo umiinom ng gatas, bumabalik or nagigising yung ating lactase enzyme. So during the first or the early stage of the feeding, baka or sa ating mga ilang araw na painom na gatas, may mafe-feel tayo na ganun. Ibig sabihin, nagfa-function ulit yung ating lactase enzyme. Then, nawawala na siya after mga ilang araw, tas mag-normal na yung ating feelings, no? Ang ating maramdaman sa ating mga tiyan. So, di lang tayo mag-worry masyado nito because sa mga bata pa, wala pa masyado silang lactose intolerance. Kasi ma-active-active pa yung kanilang lactase enzyme. So far, hanggang dyan muna ako. And then, during the open forum po, pwede nating sagutin kung ano man yung mga tanong na naisip nyo, especially during the implementation of the program. Thank you very much po.
Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Rylene of the National Dairy Authority. If you have some questions po regarding the milk quality and the storage, Ma'am Rylene will be back during our open forum po later. So regarding, I would like to remind the participants that the attendance link will be posted later on po after the session. And we still have two last topics to discuss. But we will feed muna po ourselves. So we will have our 1 hour lunch break and we will be back at 1 p.m. po. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon once again to each and everyone. Welcome back to our second batch of division orientation on the school-based feeding program, milk program component. So may I remind all the participants that the attendance link will be posted later after the session. And we still have two remaining topics for today's virtual orientation. So let's proceed right away to our first speaker. Our first speaker will tackle about safety protocol of the SBFP, and this will be discussed by our secondary nurse coordinator. She is none other than Miss Roxanne Pardillo Jugarap. Miss Rox?
Yes, hello, good afternoon, Miss Jazz. Thank you. So, at this point, can you see na my screen? Okay. So again, good afternoon. I'll be discussing to you the SPFP safety protocols amidst the pandemic. So what is the purpose? Why are we having these protocols for our implementation of the school-based feeding program? First, it aims to reduce the vulnerability of all concerned. So ina-ensure po talaga natin na kailangan nating i-limit yung exposure natin to acquiring the virus. Next is reduce the transmission of COVID-19 and to ensure the safe delivery of milk or food packs to the beneficiaries. So we have three processes prior to the delivery or to the distribution of milk supplies to our beneficiaries. First is magagaling po ito sa food production or the factory. So yung respective milk packs po natin is manggagaling sa ating respective na mga factories like the Gonzaga Farms and the Kim's Milk. So doon po gagawin ng ating mga milk supplies. Then this will be delivered to our identified the drop-off point schools per districts. And then lastly, it will be distributed to the household of the beneficiaries. So we will tackle first the food production or the factory. So first, we will conduct an on-site inspection. So kami na po dito sa Division Office ang magkakonduct ng site inspection sa Gonzaga Farms and sa Kim's Milk in coordination with the Bids and Awards Committee of the Division. So food business operator must be compliant to the implementing rules and regulations of Republic Act 10611, or also known as the Food Safety Act of 2013. It is an act po to strengthen the food safety regulatory system in the country. So next, food handlers must wear appropriate protective clothing. They should wear hairnets or caps, mouth guard or mask, apron, closed shoes, and gloves. And also, the food handlers must have an updated medical certificates. We will ensure lang din po sana that the medical certificates they have must not be expired. We should also include the ill, sick, or infectious employee from the work area para maiwasan lang din po natin ang pagtransmit ng microorganism sa pag-prepare po ng ating mga milk supply. Next is they should practice good personal hygiene, such as washing hands before and after handling of food, following the rules and process flow in the workplace. Next, areas and food equipment are clean and in good condition. Equipments to be used must comply to the government and industry standards. And lastly, it must be free from any hazard. So the factory must also have a updated sanitary permit. So yun din po, i-ensure natin na hindi expire ang kanilang permit since yearly po tayo nag-change ng nagpapa-renew ng sanitary permits natin. They must also have a safe and quality water supply and must have the certificate of compliance or the COC and the license to operate or the LTO. Now, during for our delivery and receiving from the drop-off point schools, number one, the schools must be implementing strict enforcement of DepEd Order Number 14, Series of 2020, or the guidelines on the required health standards in basic education offices and schools based on Department of Health Administrative Order Number 15, Series of 2020, the guidelines on the risk-based public health standards for COVID-19 mitigation. Schools shall also ensure that meron po tayong mandatory temperature check, provision of the food pads, health declaration, filling out of the health declaration forms, and hand hygiene with 70% isopropyl or ethyl alcohol shall be done upon entry to the school or the pick-up or to the drop-off point schools. Reminder lang din po sa ating schools na prior po na magpapasok po tayo ng mga bisita, kailangan po meron po tayong assigned personnel, preferably si school guard if ever po may school guards ang respective school. So kung pwede, siya na lang din po yung magkakandak ng temperature checking sa mga bisita ang papasok sa loob ng schools. Number 2, all schools are mandated to have an online school health declaration form that includes significant signs and symptoms such as cough, colds, fever, headache, diarrhea, sore throat, loss of taste, and loss of smell. Data for contact tracing must also be included, and then other pertinent personal data needed to be filled up by all delivery staff, teaching and non-teaching consignees, inspectors, and volunteers. So for our online health declaration form po, we will be preparing a template here in the division office to be disseminated na lang din po to the respective schools so that uniform po yung ating paggawa ng online health declaration form. So this will be done per school po, and then the data for the contact tracing, kung if ever man din po na hindi tayo makaka-provide ng wala tayong access to the internet, pwede naman din po tayong mag-provide ng hard copies or yung printed health declaration forms. So the online school health declaration form decreases the possibility of contracting the virus by discouraging the use of paper and shared writing materials. So for schools without efficient internet connection, a printed health declaration form may be used, but sharing of writing materials such as ball pens and pencils is discouraged. So if ever po na wala tayong access to the internet, so magpo-provide kayo ng hard copies, make sure lang po that the parents or the visitors will bring their own ball pens po for writing. And then the health declaration form na printed po must be kept by the school para po if ever man may mag-positive na visitor na nakapasok sa school ninyo, easy ang access natin for the contact tracing. Number 3, all delivery staff, teaching and non-teaching consignees, inspectors, and volunteers shall answer the online health declaration form a day before the scheduled pickup and delivery. Failure to do so and those with significant signs and symptoms of COVID-19 means that they won't be allowed in the drop-off points or school premises for that day. Number 4, in barangay pickup points, it is suggested that printed health declaration includes, number 1, signs and symptoms such as cough, colds, fever, headache, diarrhea, sore throat, loss of taste, and loss of smell. Data for contact tracing, and lastly, other pertinent personal data needed or required to be accomplished by all participants present in the area. So during the receiving of the milk, so from the drop-off point school to the school, Number 5, all delivery staff, teaching and non-teaching consignees, inspectors, and volunteers who are scheduled to deliver and pick up food or the milk shall wear face masks and face shields at all times while at the drop-off points or at the pickup areas. Physical distancing of at least 2 meters shall be enforced at all times to ensure reduction of possible transmission of infection. So kung pwede po, nakalabel na po ang ating mga chairs for the persons na authorized persons to pick up to receive the milk, no, na naka-label na po na at least 2 meters po yung ating distancing. Next, number 7, proper scheduling shall be observed by all drop-off point coordinators to prevent crowding at the distribution areas. It is advised that only 5 persons are allowed per pick-up point or area for every 10 minutes. So yun nga po yung nare-request namin sa inyo that you have for the drop-off point schools and it's under na recipient schools, no. Kung pwede usap-usap na po kayo kung anong oras po ang pick-up time nyo to the drop-off point area. So all delivery staff, teaching and non-teaching consignees, inspectors, and volunteers are required to wash hands with soap or disinfect hands using a 70% alcohol before and after touching the milk or the food packs. Number 9, directional flow of people inside the schools or the drop-off point facility should be strictly observed at all times. Entrance only and exit only doors and gates shall be established for this purpose. So later on po, i-discuss po ni Ms. Jill yung tinatawag namin na floor plan kung ano po yung dapat na mangyayari during the distribution of milk packs. So one entrance din po for the parents and then an exit din po. Number 10, all school heads and drop-off point facility coordinators shall maintain records of the online health declaration form and contact tracing data for future reference. So yun na po yung na-mention kanina na dapat may access po kayo dun sa mga health declaration form so that easy access po tayo doon sa ating pagkakandak ng contact tracing. So now we will be discussing the distribution school to be picked up by the parents. So number 1, again, strict enforcement of DepEd Order number 14, series of 2020, the guidelines on the required health standards in basic education offices and schools based again on DepEd Department of Health Administrative Order number 15, series of 2020, or the guidelines on the risk-based public health standards for COVID-19 mitigation. Again, mandatory temperature checking, the provision of the food baths, filling out of the health declaration forms, and disinfecting the hands by using a 70% alcohol prior to entry to the school premises. Number 2, all parents or guardians, volunteers, and teachers who are authorized and scheduled to pick up the milk or food packs shall wear face masks and face shields at all times while at the school premises. I-remind lang din po natin yung mga parents na mag-pick up po ng kanilang milk packs na when they are using face shields po, kasi common talaga na nangyayari ito, may face shield nga pero ginagawa naman siyang headband. So kung pwede po, meron din po sana tayong assigned na personnel na always to remind them po to wear their face shield talaga. Number 3, proper scheduling shall be observed by all schools and SPFP milk coordinators to prevent crowding at the distribution areas. It is advised that only 5 persons are allowed per pick-up point or area for every 10 minutes. So proper scheduling pa rin tayo by the parents, mga ma'am and sir. So i-ensure lang po talaga ng SBFP coordinator na limited lang po talaga ang ating papapasukin within for that allotted time. Number 4, all persons entering the school premises shall wear face masks and face shields. Number 5, Schools shall provide a waiting and pick-up area with proper ventilation for parents. Physical distancing of at least 2 meters shall be observed at all times. Upon distribution to parents, the school-based milk feeding program coordinator or the volunteer shall disinfect their hands with 70% isopropyl alcohol solution before handing the packs of the milk or food over to the recipient school. I-ensure lang din po natin that after the distribution to the parents, after po lahat na ma-distribute yung milk packs for that day, maybe remind lang din po the schools that mag-conduct rin po sila ng disinfection to the materials or to the items na ginagamit nyo such as the tables, the chairs. So, mag-disinfect din po tayo. So now, the distribution or the delivery to the households. So ito po yung i-observe talaga natin, observe the protocol for the delivery of milk or food packs to the household. Next is all personnel authorized to deliver or distribute the milk or food packs shall wear appropriate personal protective equipment such as follows: face mask, face shield, disposable gloves, and disinfect hands using the 70% isopropyl or ethyl alcohol before and after handing the milk or food packs to any member of the households. So lastly, household representative or parents to the guardians. After receiving the milk or food packs, the parent or guardian shall disinfect his or her hands using 70% alcohol solution. It is strongly advised that the milk or food be placed in a cold storage to keep it fresh until consumed. For no refrigerators at home, parents or guardians are encouraged to store milk pouches in insulated containers such as ice coolers or stereo chests with ice packs. Store wrapped bread in a clean, dry, and cool shelves. And lastly, be ensured to store fresh fruits and vegetables in a refrigerator or cooler at or below 4 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Fahrenheit within 2 hours of peeling or cutting. Always use clean containers to store washed or prepared vegetable and fruits. Any member to keep fresh produce away from any raw meat, poultry, or seafood when preparing or storing it. So these safety protocols po, no, i-ensure pa actually the regional office will be conducting a regional monitoring po with regards to health safety standards in school. So tentative date for the monitoring will be on September 30. So hindi po sila nag-identify ng schools to be monitored. So lahat po talaga ng schools kailangan mag-prepare for this for the monitoring. So I guess that would be all, and thank you everyone.
Maraming salamat, Nurse Roxanne. If you have questions on safety protocol of the SBFP, Ms. Roxanne will be back during the open forum later, no? So let's continue. The next topic is about reminders to implementing schools and the SBFP reporting forms. So this will be discussed by our nurse in charge. She is none other than Ms. Jill Michelle Coronel Ano. Welcome back, Ms. Jill.
Oh, good morning, good afternoon na. I'll just share my screen for a while lang po. Nakikita na po ba? Okay. For the reminders for implementing schools, so during the milk distribution of milk, of course, as said by Ma'am Roxanne kanina, we should follow the public health standards and it should be met by the school. Kailangan ho natin i-take note na yung ating storage room for the milk as well as distribution area, we should have they should have entrance, exit, waiting area, receiving area, area for signing of documents. For a while. Receiving area for the milk. Area for signing of documents. And of course, dapat po nagpa-follow tayo ng health precautions. So, dapat may disinfection, foot baths, etc. Okay. Ito po yung sabi ni Ma'am Roxanne kanina, sample floor plan lang po ito for the supplier to the drop-off point. So ito po yung pagdating po ng supplier natin ng milk papunta sa mga identified drop-off point schools natin. So meron silang waiting area and then one entrance and then they will have a receiving area and another area for signature. So sa receiving area, doon po pwede natin mag-random inspection tayo ng milk supplies by the school inspection team and the authorized consignees. And meron din tayong area po para kung saan natin i-arrange yung mga supplies na napadala, and then they will sign the IAR or the inspection and acceptance report and deliver receipts as kanina discussed by Ma'am Rylene, yung ating DR and IAR by the SIT and the authorized consignees, and of course, isang exit lang po tayo. Remember lang po sa entrance, bago pumasok yung ating mga nag-deliver, make sure po na naka-disinfect sila ng hands, may foot bath, and they're following the minimum health standards. Sample naman po for the drop-off point schools to beneficiary school representatives. So ito na po yung area or same area tayo, pero dito kukuha yung ating mga beneficiary school representatives ng kanilang milk supply. So still the same, may waiting area, may entrance. Make sure sa entrance pwede mag-disinfect ng kamay or hand washing as well as foot bath. And then the releasing area. So dito mag-i-inspect yung ating mga beneficiary schools, i-release na sa kanila yung milk, and then they will sign na po na receive na nila yung milk, and then one exit. For releasing naman po to parents and guardians, same lang po, meron tayong waiting area kasi nga baka nga madaming darating sa ating area kung saan tayo nagre-release para at least they will still follow the social distancing. So may sarili siyang entrance, hand washing area sana din po dito as well as foot bath. And then ang ginawa lang natin dito, first pinapirma na lang po natin yung parents and then i-release na po dito banda na side. So, and then may exit po siya. Pero hindi naman ho meaning na i-follow talaga ninyo. This is just a sample. Pwede ho ninyo i-personalize kung what fits the school. Ano ang mas maganda po na scheme for your school. Since all schools naman po are already preparing how to release your modules, pwede na rin ho kayo maggawa ng scheme on the releasing of the milk. For the drop-off point schools, fresh milk will be delivered between 8 to 5 p.m. or at least twice a week, preferably Mondays and Wednesdays at the school during school days. So it's Mondays and Wednesdays po. Pag Monday, i-deliver po yung Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday na milk packs, and then by Wednesday, i-deliver for the Thursday and Friday supplies. Si school inspection team or the school back members designated by the school head. Si school head po, dapat mag-assign siya ng 3 members ng school inspection team. Ano yung are part of the school back? So ano po yung gagawin ng school back? They will do the inspection upon delivery and sign the needed documents, inspect the goods and ensure that they are in good quality for consumption of the beneficiaries, accomplish and sign the inspection and acceptance report, yung IAR form. Needed po kasi 2 members of the SIT ang mag-sign ito as proof that they have received the specified quantity and quality of milk. The school inspection team shall also do a random inspection of milk packs every delivery as to the quantity and quality of milk and reject all milk packs that are unclean, with leaks and spoiled, subject to the replacement by the supplier using their buffer stocks or on the next delivery po exchange. So kanina po nag-orient na din si Ma'am Rylene as to ano po ba talaga dapat ang itsura ng milk pag-deliver sa atin. And paano natin malalaman if ever spoiled na po yung milk. For the authorized consignees, the school head also will assign the members of the authorized consignees. So sino ba ang under dito? The school feeding coordinator and the school property custodian. Si school property custodian or the school personnel designated by the school head shall accept the inspected goods and sign the acceptance report of the IAR. The designated personnel shall fill up the SBFP Form 5 list of authorized consignees. So, ang first po natin na form na titingnan is our Inspection and Acceptance Report or your IAR. This is for the drop-off point schools. Pag from the NDA at hinatid na po sa drop-off point schools, na-deliver na po, hihingi po kasi ang NDA ng copy of the IAR. Sino ho magpre-prepare ng IAR? Ang magpre-prepare na po nito is the drop-off point school themselves. So, kailangan po bigyan natin ng copy ang NDA ng IAR and then dapat sign po ito. So, dito po sa inspected na side, at least 2 members of the school inspection team shall accomplish and sign the IAR. Kaya ho tayo nagpa-identify ng 3 members for SIT para if ever naman absent yung isa, meron pa tayong talagang 2 maiiwan. And then dito naman po sa acceptance portion to be signed by the school and or property custodian, 1 authorized consignee po. So, 2 members of the SIT and 1 member of the authorized consignees should sign the inspection and acceptance report. For the recipient schools naman, yung mga schools na kukuha sa ating drop-off point schools, kailangan din nila pa rin pumirma ng inspection and acceptance report kasi ito ibibigay nila ito balik sa mga drop-off point schools. Para ang responsibility or liability ng mga milk packs po ma-absuelto si drop-off point school pag na-receive na ni recipient schools. So for IAR naman po ng recipient schools, do you only need 1 school inspection team and then 1 authorized consignee to sign the IAR report. So in summary po, yung drop-off point schools shall be the one to provide the IAR in 2 sets. Bakit po 2 sets? First set po natin, 2 copies siya between, ang first set po is for between the NDA and drop-off point schools. So 2 copies. Ang isang copy po ay ibibigay sa NDA, ang isang copy po is ibibigay natin sa itatago ng drop-off point school. Ang second set naman po with 3 copies, ang isa ibibigay natin sa drop-off point school, ang isa ibibigay sa recipient schools, and 1 will be submitted to the SDO accounting office courtesy of the drop-off point school and shall be submitted to the SDO. So, lahat ho ng copies ng IAR should be original. Ang first set between NDA and drop-off point school, the second set is between the drop-off point school and the recipient school. Ito po yung Form 5 natin. For the IAR pala, we will give you the soft copy lang po. And then, we will fill up the needed data. All the school has to do na lang is to put the unit kung ilang packs pong binigay. So, ipapahabol na lang po namin yung sample ng IAR para at least uniform po tayo lahat. Yung filled up na na-copy, na all you have to do is put na lang the name of the school and then the units. Kasi if follow kasi namin yung approved na PO kung ano ilalagay dito. So next, you have your Form 5. Ano po ba yung Form 5? Itong form na po ito is gagawin ng mga drop-off point schools. Hihingiin po ito ng taga-NDA. So this form shall be filled up by the school drop-off points to be given to the NDA Dairy Cooperative Supplier on the first delivery of milk. Only authorized consignees are allowed to receive these goods. So bibigyan namin kayo ng soft copy rin po nito and then you will give the drop-off point schools, will give this 1 copy to the NDA representative kung sino po nagde-deliver nung milk supply. For the SBFP Form 5A for schools, this will be submitted to the district and cluster or cluster nurse in hard and soft copies on or before September 21, 2020. Memo po namin to follow pa po, baka by next week po namin i-release. Actually, madali lang ho to gawin. Same lang ito sa Form 5 except that sinasubmit na natin sa district and cluster nurse. Kasi para meron ho copy dito sa division kung sino po yung mga authorized consignees natin. So all you have to do is place the name and designation of the school head, feeding coordinator, and property custodian, telephone number, mobile number, email address, complete school address. If ever hindi ho kayo yung drop-off point school, ilagay ho natin yung name ng drop-off point school and their address, and then the means of transportation. So ito din yung way para malaman namin kung coincide po ba yung sa travel expense na ano natin sa accounting section, isa-submit? For the 5B naman, it's just a consolidated of your 5A. This will be submitted by the district nurses in hard and soft copies on or before September 25. It's just the same as the Form 5A. You just write the name and name of the school and then the school ID number. And then same lang po yung lahat ng details na nasa 5A. So during delivery of milk, identify personnel that should be present during the delivery. Again, i-remind lang po namin yung drop-off point school since naka-identify si school head ng drop-off point school ng 3 SIT and 3 authorized consignees. During the delivery, at least 2 SIT should be present and 1 authorized consignee because these persons, the identified personnel above, will sign the delivery receipt and the inspection and acceptance report to be prepared and produced by the school by the drop-off point school na po ang IAR. Reminders to school recipients. It is the responsibility of the recipient schools to ensure that their milk supply are picked up during the exact time of delivery by the supplier or within an hour at the most to preserve the quality and freshness of milk. Immediate distribution to the recipients shall likewise follow. So yun po, dapat po makuha agad ng recipient schools from the drop-off point schools ang kanilang supply ng milk para nga to decrease the chance na masuspoil yung ating milk supply. So, reminders during the distribution na po of milk drop-off point schools and the recipient schools. For the drop-off point schools, dapat po meron tayong distribution list of milk supplies to the school recipients. Aside from the IAR, para sure talaga tayo na na-receive talaga ng schools, meron din tayong distribution list. Magbibigay po kami ng template as to the distribution list for the school, for the milk supplies to school recipients and the distribution list of milk supply to parents and guardians. For drop-off point schools, ito po yung distribution list of milk supply to recipient schools. Balik po tayo sa Excel file. Kita po ba, Sir Gilbert? Okay. For the Excel file po, ito po yung distribution list na gagawin ng drop-off point schools pag-receive po ng mga school recipients sa kanila. So of course, fill-upan lang natin if anong district or cluster and then the name of the drop-off point school. Dinalawa ho namin kasi merong ibang schools na ang marireceive nila naka-sachet and naka-bottle. Meron kasi ibang schools, they opt to get na naka-sachet, merong iba naman na naka-bottle. So, ang ibang schools, dalawa ho ang marireceive nila. So, for the sachet naman po, since 20 days tayo, and then we just need 4 weeks to do that, twice a week po ang delivery. So, there will be a total of 8 deliveries. So, for example, ang mag-deliver tayo on October 5, pwede natin ilagay dito 1 of 8 since October 5 siya. So, first delivery, pagka 5. Pagka October 7 naman po, pwede natin ilagay na 2 of 8 na po siya. Okay. And then for the quantity of packs, for example, Palmay Hill Elementary School, meron siyang 100 beneficiaries. Since first day of delivery, your first delivery siya, so good for 3 days po dapat. So dapat ang nakalagay, 300 packs na po siya since 100 beneficiaries. So receive by kung sino po yung authorized consignee or the SIT na magre-receive, and then signature po nila, and then release by kung sino nag-release sa representative from the drop-off point school. Sa baba naman, for example, ang nagkuha po na school is Wireless Elementary School, pero they opted to go for the bottle. So 4 deliveries lang po tayo kasi mangyayari na once a week lang po yung delivery. So for example, October 1, 1 of 4 lang since 4 times lang po tayo magde-deliver ng bottle. So the name of the school, ang quantity of bottles, for example, ang wireless is merong 200 beneficiaries. So 200 bottles lang siya for that week. Because for the 1 bottle, it's good for 1 week na. So once lang tayo magre-release ng milk supply. Next, we have the distribution list. Drop-off point schools and recipient schools, distribution list of milk supplies to parents and guardians. Balik po tayo sa Excel para mas clear po. So still the same, dali lang po fill upan, name, district or cluster, name ng school na nagre-release ng milk, release batch number. Meron kasi ibang school, as said kanina, merong nakapack, meron ding nakabottle. So kung nakabottle ka, 4 times lang po yung delivery natin for the whole duration since 20 days lang naman po yung feeding. And pag nakapack naman po, it's 8 deliveries since twice a week po tayo magde-deliver in 4 weeks. So release quantity per child. For example, on Monday, pag Monday po tayo tapos nakapack yung bata, so 3 po ang lalagay natin dito. Kasi it's good for 3 days na po yung i-deliver na pack basta on Mondays. Pero naman, kung Wednesday po i-deliver, it will be good for 2 days. 2 days lang po. So 2 packs per child lang tayo. Pag bottle naman po ang ibibigay, of course, 1 bottle lang po tayo and then you just check the box po na may bottle. Okay? So, for the data naman po dito sa baba, name of beneficiary, grade, and section, this will always be the same kasi naka-identify na ho tayo. Pwede na ho ninyo i-copy-paste from your SBFP Form 6. Ilagay nyo na agad yung name of beneficiary and grade and section para pagdating po ng parents, sabihin niya na si Pardillo, ang kanyang beneficiary. So hanapin lang po natin dito sa list of beneficiaries and then diretso na po dito ilalagay received by ng parent and then signed by the parent. And of course, the date and release. Nilagyan ho namin ng date dito kasi for example, October 5 ho yung releasing. Hindi nakakuha yung parent. So pwede na niyang kukunin after 24 hours lang. Dapat po ang parents po or the beneficiaries na pipiliin natin is committed po talaga na kukuha on the day of the delivery or if ever malate man, at least 24 hours lang po para ma-lessen po natin yung chance na masaspoil yung ating milk. And then of course, released by natin. So next. Form 7. So this is to be filled up by the recipient school. So self-explanatory po rin ito siya if ever packs po ang dinideliver sa school. So 8 po na ganitong type of reports ang ibibigay natin. So they will just place the number of beneficiaries, date delivered. Kung new ba, for example, for the number of beneficiaries, si Kinder 100. Date delivered niya October 5. So 100 po din ang nilagay. Pero pagdating po is merong spoiled, merong nasira na gata. So lalagay ho natin, may 5 nasira. So lalagay ho natin dito 5. So magiging new total niya, instead of 100, since 100 beneficiaries, magiging 105 na siya. And then the number of packs rejected will be 5. So kung balik ho tayo na naka-Excel para mas maklaro ho. Form 7. So 100 beneficiaries, date delivered, October 5. Meron siyang 100, may nasira na 5, so magiging 105. Number of packs rejected will be 5. Ganyan lang po. So kung naka-packs, meron ho tayong 8 sets po ang fill upan natin and at the end po, kailangan ho natin ng grand total. So grand total kung ilan po talaga yung beneficiaries, date delivered, wala na po dyan. Diretso tayo dito sa new and replacement. So i-add po natin lahat every time po nagde-deliver tayo. For the Form 7A naman, the Form 7A is to be filled up by the school drop-off points. Yung mga drop-off points, school lang po ang mag-fill up nito. To record the milk volume received from the local dairy suppliers and then distributed to the recipient schools. So sa Excel tayo para mas clear po. So of course, self-explanatory na po ito sa taas. Date delivered, so October 5. So total na po ang ilalagay natin dito. Okay na. Makita na po. So total na po ito lahat. For example, dito kung school, for example, si Kapitan Tomas is the drop-off point school, siya lang po ang mag-fill up nito. Ilalagay niya dito, Chodoro Palmahil Elementary School, number of beneficiaries, 100. Number allocation of milk for the date delivered since umbawa October 5, 2020. 100 beneficiaries si Palmahil. Pero since October 5, Monday, good for 3 days, 300 po yung binigay natin na allocation ng milk. Meron pa siyang isang school, for example, Wireless Elementary School, we have 50 beneficiaries. So good for 3 days, so 150 lang po yung number allocated. So pag-add ho niya dyan, 450 ho dito. 450. And then, 150. Okay. Kung may replacement, lagyan mo ng 5. Bawa, may 5 na replace, so 450. Okay. Next, you have your 7B. Ang 7B na po, it shall be filled up by the district nurse to be submitted to the division office. So yung ginawa na 7A, i-consolidate lang po yun ng district nurse sa 7B. Form 7 will be consolidated by the district nurse in Form 7B. For the 7A, si drop-off point school lang po talaga ang mag-fill up doon and to be submitted diretso to the division office na. Later po, ang next po na slide, ito po, isa-summarize na po natin lahat ng forms as well as kung when ho natin isa-submit. Si SBFP Form 2, kung naalala pa po ninyo during our hot meals po na feeding program, ginagawa ho talaga natin to. Ano ho ba tong Form 2? Just to refresh your memory lang po, Form 2 is your list of schools. So for example, Kapitan Tomas, lagyan lang ho niya ng ID niya, school address, barangay, name of supervisor, school principal, OIC, contact number, and the total number of beneficiaries. So you have to submit this po pa rin sa all schools, submit it to your district nurses. They will, in return, will consolidate na po and submit to us here in the division office. Ang deadline po natin by the school, for the school is 21, by September 21, memo to be released, ginadraft pa po namin ngayon, so at least may advance information na po kayo. Kasi madali lang naman po fill upan yung form na Form 2. For the Form 5, list of consignees, this will be done by all beneficiary schools to be given to the NDA or daily cooperative supplier on the first delivery of milk. So for this po pala, for the Form 5, drop-off point schools po lang ang magbibigay nitong Form 5. Yung pinakita ko kanina na kailangan natin ibigay sa NDA on the first day of delivery of milk. For the Form 5A naman po, list of consignees ng school. This shall be submitted by all beneficiary schools by September 21. And then it will be consolidated in the SBFP Form 5. This will be done by the district and cluster nurses. September 25 po ang deadline. Minamadali po natin, dapat before po mag-October 5, kompleto na po tayo lahat sa forms para at least before tayo mag-start, wala na ho tayong utang sa regional office and central office na mga reports. I would just like to remind po the submission of the SBFP Form 6A, your list of beneficiaries. May memorandum na po ito, Division Memorandum Number 722 Series of 2020. Deadline of which from school to district was up July 31, 2020. And then the Form 6B, yung consolidated lang po nito, District Consolidated Report by August 5. So nag-lapse na po ito. Just remind lang po ako nung mga schools, mga districts na kulang pa po. Remind lang po na dapat meron ho itong grade and section. This report, the Form 6, will be submitted to the region and central office. Dapat ho filled up po lahat yung data. Kasi po, in the division office, po, Okay po. Okay, makita pa. Thank you. Saan? This will be submitted po in soft copy sa region and central office. So, kailangan ho natin makasubmit dito. And then for your hard copies po, tinatago ho namin dito sa division office dahil nag-surprise check din po ang kuha natin. Kasi po for Davao City, we have a total of 17 million po ang budget for the milk feeding alone. So, malaki-laki ho yung ating budget. So, magsa-spot check lang ho paminsan yung kuha as to the beneficiaries po natin. So, follow up lang po kami sa mga hindi pa po nakasubmit. For the integrated school po, pa-follow up lang po for the submission. Then for the Form 7, we have the milk deliveries. For the school po ang gagawa nito, all beneficiary schools. Submitted at the end of the feeding, memo to be released. For the Form 7A, si drop-off point school lang po ang gumagawa nito to be submitted at the end pa rin of the feeding. And then Form 7B, milk deliveries district consolidated, still to be submitted at the end of the feeding. Okay, that's all. Ma'am Jazz.
Maraming salamat, Nurse Jill. So that would be the last presentation for today's virtual orientation. No? The next part will be the open forum. So may I call on our speakers once again? May mga questions ho ba kayo? Don't hesitate po to write on the comment box if you have any suggestions, clarifications regarding the milk quality or the storage, and if you have any questions on accounting matters, our division accountant will be here in a while. So, andito na po ba yung ating mga speakers?
Ma'am Jazz, mag-remind lang pala ako with regards sa health declaration form, sabi nga ni Ma'am Roxanne kanina na pwede siya online. If you can, kung may nakita ko kayo ng mga establishments, usually QR code ang ginagamit na kung kaya ng school ICT ninyo para mas madali. Kasi ang nakita namin, ang problem is dumadami yung papel. So parang delikado rin para sa nag-consolidate ng papel, ng nagtatago ng papel, baka sila ang matamaan ng sakit or magkakasakit kasi nga madami na silang hinahawakan ng mga other things na hinahawakan din ng ibang tao. So pwede ho talaga natin i-QR code or online talaga yung ating health declaration.
Okay, thank you, Miss Jill. So while waiting for our speakers, no? Baka may mga questions kayo dyan. We allotted 45 minutes to answer your queries, your concerns. We will be having back our speaker from the National Dairy Authority, si Ma'am Rylene Sanchez po. We also have our accountant, division accountant, si Sir Arman Dalisay. Welcome back po, Ma'am Rylene Sanchez. Nasa open forum na po tayo. And we also have our two division nurses, Nurse Jill and Nurse Roxanne. So we are waiting for our division accountant, si Sir Arman Dalisay. So may I check the questions? So we have already 2 questions, no? Reminder to all the participants, we have the attendance link will be posted after the session po. So I guess we are all set. Andito na po si Sir Arman Dalisay. Good afternoon po, sir. Welcome back.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon po. And good afternoon po sa ating mga participants.
Okay. So we have our first question. Let me read to you the question from Teresita Atablanco Ocat. Good afternoon po. I-clarify lang nako, ma'am. As drop-off point school, kami ang responsible pag-check sa tanang milk nga moabot sa AMUA for the schools nga under sa AMUA. Sir Arman? Sige, let me repeat the question from Ma'am Teresita Atablanco Ocat. Good afternoon po. I-clarify lang nako, ma'am, as drop-off point school. Kami ang responsible pag-check sa tanang milk nga moabot sa AMUA for the schools nga under sa AMUA.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ang responsible po ng officer or official with respect po sa pag-receive ng at pag-inspect at pag-accept po ng mga goods is yung drop-off points, since ang first engagement po ng NDA supplier is with the drop-off point school. So the school inspectorate team designated in the drop-off points shall be the responsible and accountable officer with respect doon po sa inspection and acceptance report. Further, there are two instances of inspection and acceptance as agreed with the school health personnel. The first inspection and acceptance, as I have said, will be conducted during the first engagement with NDA with the drop-off points. That's the first inspection and acceptance report to be executed. Second, inspection and acceptance report will be executed between the drop-off points and the beneficiary school. So, yung inspection and acceptance report po will be issued by the beneficiary schools through their designated school inspection team. So again, dalawang IAR po ang ma-execute po natin. IAR 1, delivery, NDA and the drop-off points, and IAR 2, the drop-off points as to the beneficiary schools. So I think I clarified the question po, ma'am, sir.
Thank you, Sir Arman. We have a question here from the Buhangin District Nurse, Mr. Sir Paulo Galindo. Good afternoon. Clarify lang po, if ever hindi authorized consignee ng beneficiary school mag-pick up sa drop-off point, allow po ba?
Yes, sir, with regards sa question po natin, i-reiterate ko lang po, hindi authorized consignee ng beneficiary school. First, di po siya encourage po na hindi authorized consignee. Bakit po? Because meron na po tayong plan or approved plan na yung authorized personnel lang po yung ina-allow natin na mag-execute po nung activities or yung expected natin na mga output. Bakit po? In order po na ma-prevent yung unnecessary or undesirable na mga outputs. So, if hindi po authorized ang consignee, we cannot expect him to be accountable for such unexpected turnaround kasi hindi po siya kasali doon sa ating approved division order or division memorandum. So unless for exceptional circumstances, hindi talaga available po yung authorized consignee natin, yung school concerned shall request or notify the division office through the school health personnel kung sino po yung i-authorize nila as alternative. But then again, it requires an approval. So kailangan po i-approve muna yung alternative nila na consignee o yung hindi kasali doon sa authorized consignee. Again, i-stress out ko lang na as much as possible, authorized consignee lang po talaga yung allowed po na engage po sa ating implementation for the purposes to keep and prevent undesirable turnaround. Mahirap po held accountable po yung unauthorized in the first place. So, ayun po yung tanong ko, sir. Hindi po in-encourage o hindi po ina-allow ang hindi authorized consignee except po for circumstances which requires the approval of the division office. So need po mag-notify and need din po na dapat ma-approve in writing ang request po natin. Hindi po through verbal request. In writing po talaga, sir. So I hope it enlightens, or I hope I clarified the question, ma'am.
Okay, Sir Arman, thank you.
Idagdag lang po ako. May idagdag lang po ako.
Okay, go ahead, Ma'am Rylene.
Kaya po diba sa ating organization, we requires 3 po na inspectorate at saka 3 pong consignee na authorized para doon sa consignee, anyone of the pwede po siyang mag-receive. At saka doon po sa inspectorate, out of 3 po yun. Posible naman po siguro na pwede pang may mag-pick up pa na hindi po authorized. Kasi kung hindi po available yung 2 sa 3 authorized consignee, nandyan po siguro isa. Kasi po bawal makalit-palit ng consignee at saka inspector. Kasi po, yun po yung before po tayo mag-start, hindi po kami ng copy sa lahat ng authorized consignee at saka authorized inspector kasi po ibibigay din namin yung copy ng mga yan kung sa COA namin. Kasi yun yung attachment at i-check ng aming accountant sa aming accounting department kung authorized ba talaga yung nag-receive ng bill para sa billing po at saka sa liquidation namin with DepEd. So, yun lang po.
Okay, maraming salamat, Ma'am Rylene. We have a question here from Pauline Cris Toledo Hempesao. Ask lang po, pwede po ba mag-hire ng feeding personnel to assist po the school feeding coor for the distribution of milk? Since some of us are classroom advisors, saan din po kukunin yung honorarium nila?
With regards po to that, sa DepEd Order number 36 po, wala pa po nakalagay na pwede ho tayo mag-charge against sa OPEX natin. Pero we're still waiting po for the published na supplemental guidelines ng milk kung saan nakalagay if ever okay na po ba yung honorarium. Pero yung na-present ho kasi sa amin sa last meeting namin with the central office, nasali ho nila yung honorarium for the ones who will help during the distribution. Pero for now, since hindi pa po napapublish at hindi pa wala pa po sa ating mga kamay, to follow na lang po namin if ever okay na po na pwede natin i-charge sa OPEX po natin honorarium kung sino ho yung tutulong sa atin during the distribution proper.
Okay, maraming salamat, Miss Jill. We have a question from Leia Alpasreya. Good PM po, soft copy po ba lahat ng reports?
Meron hong soft and meron hong hard copies. We will still be releasing a memorandum po for that. Pero ang unahin ho talaga natin yung Form 6 po natin na in hard and soft copies since we will be furnishing the central office with the soft copy po ng list of beneficiaries. And reiterate lang po namin na dapat meron ho siyang grade and section. For the Form 5 po and the Form 2, of course, same lang po that ng ginagawa natin last time. Naka-hard and soft din ho siya para of course easily lang din mako-consolidate ng at for the submission naman po, lalabas po talaga kami ng memorandum and as summarized naman po kanina, nandun na po kung as to when natin need sila ipang submit.
Okay, thank you, Miss Jill. Another question from Randy Gaudiano regarding for the transportation. Saan po namin kukunin ang fund or transportation from Lapu-Lapu Elementary School?
Yes po. With regards po sa transportation po, as mentioned po kanina sa ating topic discussion, tatlo po yung source of funding natin po with respect sa transpo, hauling at saka travel expense. Since yung first option, yung funds intended for the milk feeding program, hindi na po siya na-incorporate doon. Doon po tayo sa remaining two options. Yun po yung excess po ng school-based feeding funds. If may sobra po, pwede niyo po yung i-utilize as transpo or hauling expense. And yung last option po natin as source of funds for the payment, ayun po yung MOE funds po natin na downloaded for every schools. So, gawa lang po kayo ng adjustment po para po ipasok nyo doon yung transportation expense or hauling expense po na ma-incur nyo po during sa implementation ng program.
Okay, salamat Sir Arman. Question from Teresita Atablanco Ocat. If we have three schools, then the responsibility and liabilities will be with us.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon po. Yung question po natin na if may 3 schools po kayo na kayo po yung drop-off points with 3 beneficiary schools, yung responsibility nyo po at accountability will start po from the point na ni-receive po ninyo, in-inspect, and in-accept excuse me, yung mga deliveries po o yung mga milk or mga goods na hinatid po ng NDA po or nung supplier po natin. So from the time po na in-inspect and signed at saka in-accept po ninyo at and signed the inspection acceptance report, that starts your responsibility. And saan po yun mag-e-end or saan po yung matatapos yung accountability nyo po with respect doon po sa goods na in-inspect and receive nyo. So as again mentioned a while ago, dalawang inspection acceptance po i-execute natin. Ang first is yung from the supplier, between supplier and the drop-off points. That's the first inspection acceptance report. That starts your accountability. It ends when you receive the inspection and acceptance report issued by the beneficiary schools. Kaya nga po, ni-require po namin yon para yung transfer po ng accountability, hindi naman po maiwan sa inyo since hindi na ninyo hold yung mga deliverables o yung mga goods, wala na sa inyong mga kamay. Meron ng transfer of accountability na nangyari. So the same then, using the second IAR, that ends your accountability. Yung beneficiary schools, sila na naman yung mag-inspect ng goods coming from you or from the drop-off point school and then signed, and subsequently i-accept nila if wala namang nakita silang discrepancy or non-conformance po with respect sa mga quality po ng goods na i-accept nila. Pipirmahan naman nila yung acceptance na part po ng IAR. So, ang accountability na naman nun at responsibility will shift to the beneficiary school. So, that will lose or that will free you from the accountability and responsibility as drop-off point school.
Okay, salamat Sir Arman. April's gift, di po maintindihan ang answer po sa question. Ma'am April's gift, which question po, ma'am? You can write po once again your question po. We'll get back to you, ma'am, ha? Another question from Ma'am Okat. As drop-off point school, before we sign and accept the milk, dapat we see to it na good ang product. So, isa-isahin na namin pag-check. Suggestion, pwede po ba na convene all schools during the delivery, then distribute? So, each school has the liability sa ilang dapat ma-receive rather than it's us to check considering our manpower.
Yes, good afternoon po, Ma'am Teresita. Yung sa question nyo po, Ma'am, as of drop-off point, before you sign and accept the milk, dapat ba we see to it na good ang product? So, isa-isahin namin pag-check. So, again, the National Dairy Authority had already discuss doon po with regards po doon sa specification po ng ating mga products, yung mga red flags or yung mga condition at saka po yung mga qualities po na kailangan po natin bantayan. So with respect po kung isa-isahin, we as in practice po sa pag-inspect and accept ng mga goods or merchandise, we first check, of course, ang yung ni-receive nyo po, if yun po ba yung naka-indicate doon sa delivery receipt. So, if nakalagay doon na pasteurized po yung milk natin, So, i-make sure po natin na yung goods na i-inspect nyo is pasteurized po. And then second, check din po ninyo yung packaging, not necessarily po na isa-isa. Since if, yun nga, sabi nyo po, yung manpower po natin is limited. The purpose naman po noon is, yun nga, to follow the protocol procedure na for social distancing. But then again, hindi po siya necessary na isa-isahin nyo po talaga. In your view lang or according sa nakita nyo lang na yung sa product itself, ma-determine nyo naman po na may damage po. Example, if yung sa packaging niya natanggal or nasira yung container or may UP or may let's say na iba na yung itsura ng container niya as yung ideal talaga na container, i-note nyo na po yan as non-conformance or findings nyo po na nakita nyo as per inspection. So another din po, i-make sure po natin yung quantity. So since delivery receipt, naka-indicate po doon yung quantity po niya, i-verify din po talaga natin yung quantity. Yung sa quantity naman po, if marami siya masyado at hindi siya materialize o hindi siya practical na isa-isahin po ninyo ang pagbilang po ng ating deliverables o yung mga goods po natin, random sampling lang po tayo, ma'am. So in case ano po yung random sampling, if mayroon po tayong 20 packs po or 20 box po yata yung ano natin, packaging, pwede lang po kayong mag-sample ng at least 2 or 3. Magpili lang po kayo doon. Tapos i-check nyo lang yung laman nung deliveries. So, good as okay na po yun. Pwede nyo na pong i-receive yung products. So, in case naman po, in the long run or a while ago, meron palang nakita nyo na hindi na-inspect na meron palang kulang or may sira po pala. So, ma-counter po natin yan doon po sa pag-distribute nyo po sa mga beneficiary schools. Kasi po, i-require po talaga namin yung beneficiary schools na i-check din po nila lahat po as much as possible yung mga items or yung mga goods na sa kanila po papunta. Meaning, since na-distribute na naman natin yung manpower niyan kay per school, meron naman tayong consignee or in charge, sila na po yung mag-supplement po ng thorough checking po ng mga products po or mga goods po na i-accept po nila. So before nila i-accept, i-inspect nila, pwede na nilang isa-isahin po or pwede nilang thorough po yung checking po ng products. For the purposes lang po na yun, maiwasan po yung spoilage or unanticipated na mga events or circumstances. Ayun po, ma'am. So, yun po yung ano namin, i-recommend po namin sa ating beneficiary schools po.
Okay, thank you, Sir Dalisay.
Arman, may idagdag lang po ako.
Okay, sige ma'am, go ahead po.
Yung sa suggestion po ni Ma'am Teresita na kung pwede lahat ng schools mag-convene during the delivery, okay din po yun, ma'am. Kasi po magbibigay po kami ng schedule kung what time po darating yung milk doon sa drop-off point na yun. And then if possible na during that arrival of the supply, nandyan na po yung mga recipient school, mas maganda din po yun. Pwede rin po natin gawin yun. Kung para pagdating ng supply, agad-agad pa rin na nilang makuha. And then, wag lang tayong masyadong problema doon sa ma'am, yung sa halimbawa, kunyari, hindi nyo talaga lahat ng box inspect. may kulang po, report nyo lang po kaagad sa focal person or sa supplier. Next delivery po, ma-replace po yung number of packs na kulang para po makumpleto pa rin po yung allocation po ng school. Yun lang po. Salamat.
Thank you, Ma'am Raylene. So we have a question here from the nurse of San Roque District, Ma'am Mary Grace Chicote. Since magkakaroon ng random inspection ang region sa drop-off points, is it necessary to include the parents of feeding beneficiaries for the orientation in the distribution of milk?
Conduct naman ang mga schools ng online na orientation to the parents, pwede ho natin doon na lang i-orient yung parents. Kung pwede kayo kahit MOVs, kung MOVs po ang tinutukoy ninyo, pwede naman mag-picture lang naman si parent at yun lang ibibigay natin sa mga feeding coordinators for them to compile and para mapakita nila if ever may mag-inspect or mag-monitor sa kanila if ever man orient yung mga parents. So kahit online lang po, tsaka meron naman din ho tayong nabigay na notification letter na para na pumapayag sila na magiging recipients, nandun na din po yung lahat ng risk as well as kung ano po yung matatanggap nila na mga milk packs.
Salamat, Miss Jill. We have a question from April's Gift, Mrs. Kanya from San Roque. Do we need to have the orientation of the parents beneficiaries?
Yun po, as kanina po kay Ma'am Grace, pwede ho tayo online kung kaya. Meron naman din notification letter na nabigay, so na-orient na ho yan sila kahit papano through those mediums po.
Salamat, Miss Jill. We have another question from Pauline Cristoledo Hempesao. Kung dili makuha sa beneficiary that day ang milk, do we need to deliver it sa ilang balay? Kinsa mag-shoulder ng pamasahe? What if naa sa high risk na place ang address ng beneficiary?
Since nakapili na ho tayo ng mga beneficiaries natin, kaya ho tayo nagkaroon ng secondary beneficiaries kasi dapat yung mga pinili na ho natin na beneficiaries, dapat committed po yung mga parents or yung guardians nila to pick up the milk. Pero if ever naman, meron tayong partner from the barangay or private organizations na willing naman tumulong sa school at mag-deliver po talaga house to house, it's okay naman po. And of course, if ever high risk naman, let's just make sure po na meron tayong the minimum health standards are met at safe din po yung mga personnel natin from the schools. If ever hindi ho talaga kaya nung parent na kumuha or hindi ho sila makakommit na every Mondays and Wednesday kukuha, we can change naman po the beneficiaries, yung willing at mas makuha ho nila agad yung kanilang supply ng milk.
Okay, thank you, Miss Jill. Another question from Zuma Pen Tablet Pinero. Good afternoon po. As lang po, sakaling hindi makuha ng parents ang milk within 24 hours, ano ang gagawin sa milk na intended sa kanila?
Yun din po, sir. Same sa kay ma'am po na question. Dapat ho talaga makuha siya within 24 hours. Dapat ho yung napili natin ng mga beneficiaries, committed po talaga na kumuha ng milk. Binigay lang ho natin yung 24 hours para ma-sure ho natin na fresh pa talaga at hindi po masuspoil yung milk na may bibigay natin sa mga learners natin.
Okay, salamat again, Miss Jill. We have a question from Alisa Solyan. Good PM po. With regards po sa transportation, it was said na pwede siya sa SBFP excess fund. It was said na pwede siya sa SBFP excess fund siya o sa MOOE. Paano po malaman na may excess ang SBFP fund? Your Ma'am Alisa Solian, your question will be answered by our Division Accountant, Mr. Arman Dalisay.
Ma'am, may question pa po si Ma'am Vallescas.
Yes, ma'am. Ayun po, clarification lang po regarding po dun sa nabanggit kanina regarding po sa sources of funds. So, verified po natin na source po for information po na sali po pala sa SBF, sa Milk-Based Feeding Program Fund, yung transportation po or yung hauling po ba yan? Yung hauling po. So, di na po natin i-apply po doon sa SBFP Excess Fund or MOE yung pag-charge po ng ating hauling or transpo expenses since naka-incorporate na po siya sa proposal po ng Division Health yung transpo at saka hauling po na expenses. So, dito na po yun i-charge ma'am yung transportation expense relative po doon sa implementation ng milk-based milk feeding po natin. So, ayun po.
Salamat, Sir Arman. We have a skip question from Evelyn Vallescas of Don Julian Rodriguez under San Roque District. For safety lang po and less exposure sa mga people, pwede ba maka-request na once a week lang ang pag-claim namin ng milk from drop-off points kahit yung by 250 ml, maaari bang good for 1 week na ang claiming and distribution namin?
Ma'am, pwede po akong sumagot.
Go ahead, Ma'am Rylene. Sige po, Mama.
Ma'am, mag 1 liter na lang po kayo para isang delivery na lang for 1 week. Yun lang po suggestion ko. Kasi hindi pa naman po nakapagbigay ng list sila Ma'am G kung sino yung mag 1 liter at saka mag 200 ml pack. Ang requirement. Salamat po.
Ang main po ba ni Ma'am Evelyn is kung bawa sa sachet ho ba ang napili ninyo and then ayaw ho ninyo twice a week i-deliver, gusto na once a week lang po i-deliver? Pwede po ba yun, Ma'am Rylene, kung naka-sachet siya and then instead of the every twice a week siya i-deliver, kaya ho ba natin na once a week for the sachet? Ma'am Riley, nakamute po kayo.
Ma'am, pwede po siya, pero bakit hindi na lang po sila mag 1 liter? Para isang pack na lang, isang bata sa isang linggo.
Oo, ma'am. We're checking po for non-Julian kung ano ang binigay nila na list. Kung 1 liter, naka 1 liter po ba siya or naka per packs po siya. Basta po pag naka-bottle po pinili ninyo, so the delivery will be once a week. Pero po pag naka-pack naman po, the delivery will be twice a week. So we're checking po for Don Julian if ever ano po ang kanyang prefer na kung naka-pack po ba or naka-bottle. For a while. Batch 2, San Roque District. Po, for a while ha. So, San Roque, Don Julian Rodriguez, Naka-liter naman po si Don Julian. So once a week lang po talaga ang inyo, ma'am. Ang distribution. So every Mondays lang po, once a week lang po ang sa inyo. Lahat ba ng San Roque? Lahat naman ho ng San Roque is naka 1 liter. So once a week lang po ang delivery every Monday. Yun na po yan. And then your distribution will be every Monday rin po. Okay, Ma'am Jazz?
Okay, thank you. We have a question here from Paulo G of Buhangin District. Paulo Galindo, the nurse of Buhangin District. Good afternoon po. In the event lang po na may spoiled samples, ma-replace po ba right away? May dala po ba na extra during delivery? Ma'am Riley.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, wala po tayong extra except for the 2% buffer stock na kasama doon sa delivery. Pag may spoilage po, i-investigate pa po natin kung saan po, ano po ang cause ng spoilage. Kung sa production ba namin, sa processing, or during the distribution, or baka po sa handling. Kung talagang may spoilage on the part of the supplier, i-replace po siya sa next delivery na po. Hindi po siya right away ma-replace.
So, Ma'am Rylene, kung may spillage po or merong nakikitang mga leak, sino po gagawa ng incidental report niyan, ma'am, para ma-replace? Or necessary ba na gagawa po ng incidental report, ma'am?
Yung sige, report. Pero hindi na necessarily yung formal na report. Pero yung in charge po nun, I think it should be the one who gives the milk. Yung sila po talaga yung hands-on na nagbibigay ng milk. So sila yung nakakakita kung may leaks po, i-replace siya na automatic for the next delivery. During the next delivery na po. Hindi po right away. Same is true with the spoilage. So yung magre-report po niyan, yung in charge, tapos i-report sa focal person or i-report sa supplier. So yun lang po ang Basta yung mag-report is yung talaga nakakakita ng spoilage, yung nagabigay. At saka pag leaks, automatic yan i-replace. Pero pag spoilages po, i-investigate pa po natin.
Ma'am Ray, clarify lang din namin with regards sa buffer stocks po natin na 2%. Saan po ba siya? Iiwan mo siya sa drop-off point school? Or after po delivery, dadalahin ng nag-deliver? And anong percent as a whole or as per school po ang 2%?
Per school po yung 2%, ma'am. Tapos yung buffer stock na yan, nandun po yan sa box ng school. Doon sa kanilang allocation. Kasi at any given time, pag may pumunta or may kukuha ng sample sa school na yan, mayroon silang maibigay na milk sa amin for laboratory testing. So doon po yan ibibigay yung buffer stock sa school po. Per school, may allocation sila na 2%.
So lahat ng
schools, if ever may spoil po na isang pack, meron po sila agad ng buffer stocks for
replacement.
Yes po, meron na po. Opo.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you po.
Welcome po.
Thank you, Ma'am Rylene. So far, wala na po tayong questions. April's gift, good po yan na suggestion na once a week na lang po ang delivery. So klaro pag 1 liter is once a week ang distribution. Okay.
Yung schools natin, identify na po sila if ever packs po ba ang pumili nila
or liter. So doon po kami nag-base ano po ang ibigay sa inyo. So Ma'am April gift, kung coordinator po ba or school back. Kung school back po, paki-ask lang po sa inyong coordinator kung ano ho ang pinili ng school. Kasi meron hong school, nag-opt sila na packs instead of the liter. Mas madali ho sana yung liter since once a week lang ang delivery. So 4 times lang po natin gagawin in a month. Pero yung packs po, 8 times po kasi magde-deliver. So coordinate na lang ho kayo with your feeding coordinator kung ano po yung sinubmit nila dito sa amin sa division, kung ano ho ang ibibigay sa inyo.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Jill. So nasagot na po, no, Ma'am Angelina Cania of San Roque. So any questions po from the participants? We still have time po. Still have time for the open forum. And may I remind all the participants about the attendance link that will be posted po after the session.
Remind lang po namin,
Kami
kami
na
na
po
po
magbibigay
magbibigay
ng
ng
template
template
ng
ng
draft declaration
declaration
form.
form. Gagawa na lang kami. We will course it through your district nurses. Suggestion po namin sa mga drop-off point schools and your corresponding recipient schools, mag-usap-usap na po tayo as to the scheduling, and then we will coordinate po with Ma'am Rylene kung sino po ang delivery or point person ninyo, kung sino magde-deliver per drop-off point school. Kukunin ho namin yung contact number para at least meron ho kayong contact from the NDA or kung sino yung magde-deliver sa inyo. Okay po ba, Ma'am Rylene?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay po.
To
To follow
follow
na
na
po,
lang po yung mga
lang namin na mga forms through your district nurses. We will have a clarification meeting lang po with the district nurses if ever may naisip pa ho kayo na mga tanong.
Okay, thank you po. We have another question from Marjorie Gonzaga Miraflor. Sa mga recipients po, pag di nila na-receive the day of distribution, meron siyang first question, kung di na-receive ang milk the day of the distribution, anong gagawin, ma'am?
So, this,
Yung ano yan, ma'am, yung
sige,
sa
Ma'am
school?
Rylene.
Kasi po, sige, yung milk kasi, kahit na 3 days yung kanya, halimbawa, Monday na delivery is good for 3 days, okay lang po yan kahit hindi pa makuha. Kung halimbawa, case-to-case basis, meron lang sigurong pinuntahan yung taga-pick up ng milk ng bata. So baka hindi mapuntahan today kasi may importante nilakad. Pwede naman yung supply natin na nandoon lang sa styro boxes. Basta hindi lang natin siya open yung takip. I-seal natin siya balik. So okay pa rin yung supply natin for 3 days kahit hindi nila makuha on the day of delivery or yung schedule na ano nila. Kaya lang, i-minimize natin yung ganun. Baka, mamihasa naman yung parents na hindi kukunin talaga on the day schedule, no? Pwede pa rin yung stock natin, yung supply natin will last or manatili pa rin nasa good quality yung milk natin kahit hindi siya makuha agad-agad, basta nasa loob lang siya ng styro box, may ice, malamig, no, na-maintain natin yung 4 degrees Celsius na temperature. So okay pa rin yung milk kahit naka-styro boxes lang. So mayroon pa ring allowance or pwede pa nilang i-pick up yon the following day or after 2 days, okay pa rin yung okay pa rin yung supply. So yun yung sa yun yung sa gatas naman na depende na yan sa inyo kung sa oras naman ninyo baka mahirapan na rin kayong mag-accommodate dahil hindi nga sila sumipot sa tamang oras. Pero when it comes to the quality of milk, kahit good for 3 days yan at hindi pa makuha ng supply ng recipient, basta nasa styro box pa rin siya or kung mayroon naman kayong allocation for freezer or kung may freezer na yung school, kahit ilagay nyo lang sa freezer, hindi pa rin masisira yun. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Rylene, for that. We have no more questions po. Check. Wala na po tayong additional. Wala na rin daw silang answer. Anyway, so maraming salamat po. Thank you to all the participants. So we will now proceed to the last part of the virtual orientation, which is the closing remarks. And this will be given by our Chief of the Health Section, School Health Section. Please help me welcome our Medical Officer 3, Dr. Richelle Salcedo Aresco. Hello, Doc.
In behalf of our Schools Division Superintendent Reynaldo M. Galeana, CESO 5, I would like to say thank you to all the participants who are attending to this webinar and to those who are watching. I would like also to express my gratitude to our beloved, selfless, and very considerate SDS Reynaldo M. Galeana, ASDSS Sir Basilio Manaay, and Ma'am Emma Camporidondo, SGOD Chief Ma'am Teresita Del Valle, the accounting and budget section, especially Ma'am Ana Rose Viray and Sir Armando Dalisay, and all the division personnel, my medical and dental team, all PSDSS, school heads, principals, feeding coordinator, and all the teachers who have been very supportive to the health programs of the Department of Education. Thank you to the MIS, especially Sir Gilbert Banluta, Division Medical and Dental Personnel. Special mention to our 2 Division SBFT Coordinator, Nurse Roxanne Pardillo Jugarap and Nurse Jill Michelle Coronel Ano, and to the host, Nurse Jasmine Betinol, and the rest of the TWG of this orientation for a very good and well-prepared presentation. To our partner on milk feeding program, the National Dairy Authority, thank you for considering our program. Thank you, Ma'am Raylene Sanchez and Warren Pagdato for a clear discussion on milk quality and handling. And to the rest of our stakeholders, thank you. School-based feeding program has been implemented in the Department of Education for more than 20 years now. It is one of the major programs of the DepEd because we know that nutrition is very important, especially in the school-aged children, for their proper growth and development in terms of physical, social, emotional, and intellectual, and to prevent various health diseases brought about by undernutrition. Furthermore, milk feeding is also essential to prevent other macro and micronutrient deficiencies. During this time of COVID-19 pandemic, implementation of SBFP is pursued because it is one of the identified programs under the Bayanihan We Heal as One Act. Therefore, this is very challenging to us on how we can implement this program where face-to-face learning modality is not yet allowed. This is the time we need to strengthen our teamwork and solidarity. Let us work together with camaraderie and compassion, praying for the success of this SBFP implementation. May God guide us always for our good intentions to our learners. We can do this. Again, thank you and good afternoon.
Yes po, good afternoon again. May pahabol ho kasi na question. Sa meeting po namin together with our district nurse, ang first phase of feeding is milk component. Then after sa milk, may bread and pastries for the second phase. Ask ko lang kung tuloy pa po ba ito. Yes po, ma'am o sir ba ito? Ramini? Ngayon po, nag-focus lang ho tayo sa milk para hindi ho tayo balito. So second batch po kayo. Baka ho, estimate namin baka by November po for the second batch since the first batch po is on October. The orientation for the food po or the dry ration po natin, we will conduct it anytime po. Baka by October po, by first week of October, we will try po. We are just waiting for the published guidelines for the dry ration for the school-based feeding program for this school year 2020-2021. So to follow pa po, and we will be conducting another orientation for the dry ration. So for now, milk feeding po muna tayo para hindi ho magulo-gulo ang ating mga isip ngayon. So, Ma'am Jasmine, okay na po?
Okay, thank you, Miss Jill. So, once again, thank you to all the participants on today's virtual orientation, the second batch. Also, I would like to thank all the speakers, Ma'am Rylene from the National Dairy Authority, Sir Armand Dalisay, our division accountant, our two beautiful SBFP nurses, coordinators, Miss Roxanne and Miss Jill. Of course, special thanks to our troubleshooter, our MIS head, Sir Gilbert. Say hi, Sir Gilbert. And of course, please stay for the attendance link and the evaluation link that will be posted until 5 p.m. po. So, no goodbye. Just see you around and God bless us all. Bye.
Wala si Arman,